All right. So sorry I'm a little bit late. I'm going to give it about another minute or so before we really kick it off here. But yeah, you guys let me know if the audio quality is good. Visually, yeah. So let's see. Okay. So from Aiden, no one won yet. That is true. There's a couple things I want to talk about tonight, and I'm kind of excited to get through it with you guys. Cheated in the chat here. Audio is good. Yeah, visuals are a little dark. I'm actually in the garage right now. Kind of an intentional choice because I wanted you guys to hear what's going on, at least where I live in my neighborhood. Outside my house, we got the kids on the street. They roll like a gang, still playing. This live stream was a little bit late compared to the scheduled time. I was trying to make it happen because I was just talking with my next door neighbor, and we have really awesome neighbors here. At least I'm glad. We were just kind of talking about, the election, everything else. It just kind of brought a lot to mind. So we're definitely going to be going over that. But real quick, how's everybody doing? How are we feeling right now? At least, let's see, we're looking at about 5:30 Mountain Standard Time. Probably, let me put my glasses on. 5:40. So we don't know on November 4th. Right now, we don't know exactly who won. I have predictions about how I think it's going to go. But first, let me see if I can fix this lighting. You guys go ahead and get your drinks or popcorn. You guys, I'm going to be responding to everyone in the chat. So, okay, Jay, real quick, he says, I worry about our Second Amendment. I always am concerned about our Second Amendment. I always care about it. But in this case, then it might surprise you. I'm actually really not, thankfully, worried about our Second Amendment, and I'll tell you why. But let me see if I can adjust this lighting real quick. Let's see. All right. So hopefully the lighting's a little better. Just turned off the workbench. Looking at the time here, it appears to be Cope o'clock. For those who follow me on Instagram, I'm the Coffee Cope Armorer. So if you want to see what that's all about, you can check that out. Not trying to plug that. For those who do not use tobacco, not a good habit. Don't do it. It's something I picked up from the Army, and I'm trying to cut back. Okay. So let's see what we have going on. Okay, 214 electoral votes for Trump versus 262. That's from Aiden. Aiden says Biden cheated. We're going to get to that as well. Jay is stuck behind enemy lines here in California. So you're used to the tyrannical rule. Well, Range Chris and I, originally from Southern California, we know all too well what that's about. And it's more than just a legislative effect on your life, let me tell you. Just trying to own firearms for lawful self-defense, firearms that the next states over are totally cool, Title I firearms, AR-15s, but the one you have is a felony. And knowing every single year they have a complete majority with the California State Senate and the House and the governor that they just passed, it just continues to get worse and worse every year. We're going to be talking about that as well. So let's see. You're from Oakland. and you survived, that's great. I went through Oakland once. I got lost going across the Golden Gate Bridge, and that was let me know right away what the hell was going on. But Monterey, that's quite a difference, man. You ever go down the slow San Luis Obispo, old school Cannery level stuff there? It's actually quite beautiful. Let's see. Yeah, at least this county allows concealed carry. Okay. Yeah, that was when I lived in California. In California, for those outside of California, or you're from a free state and you don't know what we're talking about. So California is weird because to get a concealed carry permit, you have to apply with your local county sheriff's office. But once you get the permit, it's valid statewide. So you're not applying to the state of California, you're applying to your local sheriff. So if you're in Kern or Ventura counties, you will have an easier time because the sheriffs out there historically have been in favor of, lawful citizens concealed carrying, so they can get concealed carry permits. But at least when I lived in Southern California for the time that I did, most of my life, if you were in Los Angeles County trying to apply for a concealed carry permit, that has to go to the LA Sheriff's Department. Unless you're a politician, you're a celebrity, or you donated to someone's reelection fund campaign, like if you're just a normal Joe like you and me, that shit was not gonna happen, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Gonna scoot in. You guys let me know if the audio or anything is not good. Tell me if you need anything. I got it. Okay. California is on tyrannical rule in a relatively decent amount of ways. I would agree with that. I mean, telling people, you can't do Halloween, it's canceled. If you're going to have a party, or, you're a hair salon, you're trying to make some money so you don't go completely under and lose your entire life savings and everything, and we find out that you're, hosting guests with masks and COVID stuff anyway, we're going to shut off your water and your power and shit. I think Gavin Newsom, on the list of governors who are fucking entirely everything up, Gavin Newsom is on the top of the shit list. Let's just be honest about that for a second. And I've even heard that from the most lefty, blue, Democrat kind of lefty people that I know, some of which are still there, that they are not happy with Gavin Newsom. Let's just put it that way. But I think he is literally shitting the bed, which I'm not surprised. It's just unfortunate for guys like you that are stuck there. And that's a state, and you are people I still care about. I still make the phone calls, still write the letters. But at least right now, it's California right now, to me, looks like the Titanic after it hit the iceberg. And some people think it's the unsinkable ship and I'm going to stay here. And other people are looking at the writing on the wall like, this shit is going down. I'm going to escape before it's too late. So good luck to everyone, but I still care. Still making phone calls to California representatives, 25th district, the senators, still doing it. Just hoping it gets better for you guys, but it's going to get worse before it eventually gets better, is my prediction. I hate to say it, but I'm not here to give you guys rainbows and sunshine. Let's see. Delta Dragon says, who do you think is going to win? I think Joe Biden is going to win. Kind of doing some math, playing with, you can go 270 to win. You can fill in your own map and mess with it. Pretty cool interactive system. Crunch all the numbers, looking at stuff. And again, keep in mind, we don't have all the results from all the states, but it seems to me that Biden is going to win. Typically and historically, if a candidate wants to initiate a recount, which they can do, you might have a difference of maybe 250 votes. It's only a couple hundred votes that might change. But if a candidate has deficiencies in a state to exceed 2 or 3, 8, 10,000 votes, a recount is not going to magically change that. So at least for me, if I had to predict, I'm going to say Joe Biden is going to win, and he's going to do it with, get ready for this, exactly 270 electoral votes. Exactly. Which is a point we're going to be talking about soon. Let's see. Good luck in the Bay Area as well. Howell County, Missouri, reporting in, never give in, never surrender, long live the Republic. From George Washington. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you all for being here. It's good to have, people from everywhere. Thanks for putting up with the garage stream, but just kind of felt, it was a good time to recap what's going on. Let's keep getting through these comments here. Judge Benitez is California's only hope. Yeah, so Judge Benitez, for those who don't know about California stuff and the circuit federal courts, he's the dude who was moving on concealed carry and basically made a decision. Well, let's start with, I guess, recent first with the magazine capacity issue. And here's one thing I got to say. Whether people loved Trump or hated Trump, maybe you were registered Republican or pretty conservative and Trump was not 100% what you wanted. There was one thing that you were hoping for, and that was going to be the Supreme Court. And that was going to be not just the Supreme Court, but federal and appeals court judges nominations. And let me tell you, if you voted for Trump in 2016, he was not 100% your guy, but you were just at least hoping he was going to put staunchly conservative, pro-Second Amendment, right-leaning judges, not only on the Supreme Court, but in the federals and appeals and state courts. You definitely got what you wanted. Let's put it that way. We are talking about hundreds of federal judges across our country, not to mention Neil Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, 3 Supreme Court justices that are pretty staunchly very secure conservative pro-Second Amendment judges, or in this case, justices that they're on the court now. That is not insignificant. So we're going to get to that even if Biden wins, there's quite a lot of silver lining here. If you did not want Biden to win, there's actually quite a lot, which we're going to get to, at least the way I see it. Nevada is calling my name now. You can hang out in Nevada till it turns into California, and then you're going to have to find another place. I'm sorry. But that's the reality of, and that's something I saw in Virginia. That's something I saw in Texas. I see a little bit out here in Utah, but not to an extreme extent. But we had people in Virginia that were escaping Connecticut, Maryland, especially New York and New Jersey. It's like, oh, just they're regulating and controlling everything. They're taxing everything. It's just become unlivable, and it's awful for business. It's awful for trying to save for retirement. It's awful for everything. So we moved down here where, property is cheap. There's no taxes. There's no regulations, not at all to the extremes that we left. And I'd be like, okay, right on. That's cool, man. We got 50 states in our union. We got Puerto Rico, other U.S. territories. Like, man, you pick the state that most aligns with your values and the state you want to live in. But then come election season, you'd see, an Obama banner sitting on the lawn, or you'd see different state representatives sitting out there on the lawn. It's like, wait a minute, you left. Everything you complained about was valid, and that's what you escaped from to come here, where there's very little to no taxes, no regulations, just live your life, pursue your happiness. But now you're trying to leave one trash heap for this beautiful open prairie, and now you want to create it into a trash heap as well. Like, don't leave a shit show just to encounter freedom and less taxes and regulations, just to try to make it the same shit show you just left. Like, how does this make any sense? I'd never understood that ever, and I never will. Maybe they just don't understand that their voting got them in the boat that they left from just to try to make it somewhere else. I don't know. Let's see. I plan on leaving when COVID-19 mandates, when the mandates, including reporting to a camp for noncompliance with forced vaccination or testing. I don't see that. I'm not saying that's an impossible potential reality. I just don't see that being on the likelihood scale. I don't see that being a thing. Fiscally speaking, California cannot find its hands, or cannot find its ass with both hands in the dark. Like, California does not have the money to make that happen, let alone, I mean, I would not be surprised. They are so willing to spend money they don't have, or your money, taxpayer money, for things that don't matter or have no task or purpose. I'm never surprised at how willing they are to do that. But still, that's the likelihood of that. I would worry about the 25-meter target. I'd worry about stuff in front of you, as opposed to stuff that may not even show up. Let's see. Camps are being constructed if you haven't been paying attention. I haven't really seen any credibility for camps being constructed, at least for that purpose. Again, I'm not going to say it's just not a thing. I'm just going to say that would be a gargantuan effort, and I think it would do a lot of people well. It would do us a lot of favors if more of my fellow Americans had spent time in the military or spent time in the government in some way or some capacity, because you would understand that everything happens at the speed of government. You would understand that this kind of like Jason Bourne, cloak and dagger, high speed, like really well organized conspiracy things that are somehow not getting out and there's no leaking at all. Like that's just not real, man. The government, in a way, I think is like your local Burger King. And you're trying to tell me that it runs with the efficiency and the quality of like a 5-star gourmet meal. And you're going to that Burger King to expect a 5-star gourmet meal. And as a former employee of that Burger King, I have to tell you that you're going to be wildly disappointed. And you might be surprised at how not the case that is. Everything is slow. Everything is inefficient, ineffective. Everything takes time. There's a lot of stupid stuff that happens going back and forth of paperwork. It's not, which is why I'm more conservative leaning, because I don't think that kind of just absolute, going so slow and ineffective is the way that we have prosperity. I think the private sector, individuals able to determine their own destiny, that they're based on just how much effort and work they want to do. I think that's better than the government trying to come in and, help things where they just fuck everything up. So that's just me. Let's see. Let's keep going. If Biden wins, then California taxes can go up to 61%. I can't do it anymore being a single father. Yeah, I mean, you're already, as a single father, how rare is it that a single father gets majority or especially full custody? The ex-wife pretty much needs to be like Hunter Biden, just smoking crack on video, chasing after the kids with a hatchet, and then maybe they'll think about giving you majority custody. I mean, father's rights, that's a whole other issue, but yeah, they're going to try the tax into oblivion. And the latest trick was like last month, like California is trying to tax all the Californians that left, trying to still tax them after they escaped to a free state and levy some kind of tax, where I would just tell them to get fucked and issue a bench warrant. I'm just never going back. I don't care. Um, yeah, so I feel for you there in more ways than one, but it's I don't know. We'll see how that goes. We'll see. Okay, let's get to the point. So why do you think we don't have to worry about our Second Amendment rights? So I'll preface that by saying what I said earlier. I'm always vigilant. I'm always concerned about our Second Amendment rights. When Trump first got elected, it seemed like some very pro Second Amendment people had just like breathed a sigh of relief, like, oh, okay, we can just kind of fuck off for the next 4 years and not give a shit about anything. And I was trying to tell him, like, hey, we always have to care. And even if you have a president who you see as favorable to the Second Amendment right now, we're still worrying about states, different fights in different states of assault weapons bans, like California, Connecticut, New Jersey, Hawaii, Maryland, all those places have magazine capacity ban. We're still like, this is a never ending thing. It's a use it or lose it kind of thing. And it's also, the second you think you're fine, that's when you're going to get hit or it's going to get worse. So to preface that, we always should care. The reason why I'm not as concerned about the Second Amendment as some people might be right now is if Joe Biden does win, which essentially means Kamala Harris wins. And I think their campaign is going to bring it in at exactly 270 electoral votes, like the bare minimum you need to win. But let's assume Joe Biden does win, let's take an inventory real quick of things that matter. So the Supreme Court, the current composition, where we have solidly 5, but most usually 6 versus 3 justices that are very originalist and pro Second Amendment, with Justice Roberts being that swing vote that sometimes goes towards the Democrats, most notably with the Obamacare decision from years ago that I think was just awful, egregious that a judge on the Supreme Court would do that. But we have a Supreme Court that for very confident reasons is a very pro Second Amendment Supreme Court. Let's just put it that way. And that's not even an overstatement at all. Based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like the Republicans were able to maintain a majority in the Senate. Mitch McConnell got reelected, so he's going to be the Senate Majority Leader again. We have things like Lindsey Graham down there in South Carolina. He's back in. We got Susan Collins up in Maine. She's back in. So in terms of the Senate, there's going to be a Republican-leaning majority there. And that is not insignificant because for 2 reasons. One, again, the House, I think the Democrats for sure at this point obviously have got the House. If Joe Biden wins, or Kamala Harris essentially, they're going to have the executive branch, but they're not going to have the Senate, and they definitely do not have the Supreme Court. And this is going to matter for 2 big reasons. Reason one is all this potential talk about packing the courts, or Elizabeth Warren going out there talking about packing the courts, Joe Biden getting softball, easy questions to dodge and never wanting to answer questions about the Supreme Court, and packing the courts. Packing the courts would be to change how many justices are on the Supreme Court. So instead of 9, which is our current composition, it's been that way since Civil War, or after the Civil War, just right after, trying to be like, hey, you guys have a conservative majority that's very pro Second Amendment. We're just going to change the number of justices to 12 or to 15. And then we get to nominate all of these Supreme Court justices. And now, the gains you thought you had in the Supreme Court are just totally erased. FDR tried that, did not work out. And there's been talk about it. The Biden campaign, Joe Biden has not wanted to answer any questions about it, assuming he knows what day it is. I think there would be a real attempt, but here's the thing. You would not need a constitutional amendment to do that. You would actually just need a bill passed by both the House and the Senate, agreed upon, sent up to the executive branch for the executive to sign. So if the House is willing to do it, then it has to go to the Senate. And if the Senate is looking at the prospect of a bill that's going to change the number or enhance the number of Supreme Court justices just so Joe Biden can sign it and then pack it with liberal or activist jurisprudence, like, that's not going to happen, dude. If we have the Senate, which we do, at this point, that shit it ain't going to happen. So Supreme Court with 9 justices and the way it is, we're in a pretty solid place. Look at Neil Gorsuch, look at Kavanaugh, look at Amy Coney Barrett. Just being very blunt about it. These are younger justices that Trump nominated and they got confirmed and they're on the Supreme Court, which means you're going to get a lot of mileage out of these justices. They're going to be here for a minute. So, and the fact that they're not going to be able to pack the courts now, that is not insignificant. And the second reason why I'm not as worried is the fact that if there were to be some kind of assault weapons ban or some kind of federal thing that, like, the Biden-Harris campaign website has this massive page on gun violence, the things they would like to do, that shit's dead in the water too, because Republicans control in the Senate. It doesn't matter that they have the House and they have the executive branch. If it's not going to make it through the Senate, the shit's going nowhere. And even if it did go somewhere, we still have the Supreme Court, who's immediately going to strike that shit down. Like, the amount of lawsuits that would immediately happen if we had a 94 style Clinton era assault weapons ban to happen. So again, in conclusion on that, I'm always vigilant and I'm always concerned. I'm always watching what's happening to the Second Amendment. But this is not, if you are pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment like I am, pro-individual liberty, this not at all is the end of the world in terms of what the nightmare scenario would have been, which is they get everything. The House, the Senate, the executive branch, therefore later the Supreme Court packing the court. That's an impossibility at this point now. So there's at least reasons to be really happy about that. So I think unless you guys have more questions, that's kind of my explanation why I'm always vigilant and I'm always concerned about the Second Amendment. But I want you guys to understand, like, having the Senate and the Supreme Court the way it is not insignificant. That is a big fucking deal in terms of protecting, or in this case, I actually foresee enhancing the Second Amendment. So let's stay tuned for that. Let me catch up on some of these comments here. Let's see what we got. Backing it up a little bit. Okay, because of all the judge appointments Trump did, they will have a hell of a time. That's true. Do not underestimate the circuit courts and the federal judges. You know why we left California? Because the state was so good. The state is suffering from overpopulation and underpopulation like red states. Trump can still win if he wins Nevada. That's true, but we're going to see how that's looking. Also, Republicans are likely to win Senate, so they can't push any gun laws. That's what I just talked about. True. Trump can't win anymore. All hope is gone, folks. Sorry, but it's true. As sad as it is. Again, I would be very hesitant to just absolutely just shit the bed and get all sad and shit. Like, there's a lot of really good shit. And I haven't even I've got my clipboard over here of a couple of things that I think we need to talk about, of why this is not a doom and gloom scenario. But let's keep going. Imagine if all the Second Amendment supporters actually went out and voted. The number outweigh the others. Possibly. Depends on state. Why can't he win? All he needs, Nevada to stop watching mainstream media. Look at the voting map. 6 out of 9 Republican Supreme Court justices are Republican, and Michigan is going to court. So there's always the prospect of Trump. I mean, he's already mentioned, the president's already said he's going to pursue a recount in Wisconsin. He's got issues even with Pennsylvania, where it looks like he's led or he's going to win. He's got problems with Michigan. At the end of the day, the votes are the votes. If they recount and it doesn't work out for Trump, it kind of is what it is. The Supreme Court, we might potentially, but I don't even see it going down to like a Bush versus Gore kind of decision. Don't see that happening, but let's keep moving. Biden has 264 electoral votes. Trump has 214. all the blue states are counted. If Trump holds all the states he now has and he wins Nevada, he wins. That is true by the numbers. Let's see, DeSantis, he says, I live in the UK and the US is my last country of hope in this horribly leftist world. It's honestly been stressing me out so much. You want Trump to have another 4 years badly. So I do view ourselves here in the United States borrowing heavily from President Reagan, and especially having left my country multiple times just to return. This country, I thought, was special before my first deployment and before I went overseas, before all that. When I would come back, it would just look that much more special to me. And earlier in a shotgun blast, I think I talked about, we have the privilege of having guns and stuff. We identify that in our founding document, and contextually from a heritage and legal standpoint, that's a right. It's not a privilege. But understanding in the context of how people from the United Kingdom, Europe, other places on earth, the fact you can own a gun, something like an AR-15 or an AK, if you got the money, you can have a transferable class 3, you can do suppressors, whatever, depending on state, and you can use those things for lawful self-defense. We see this as a right, but I need us to contextually understand the rest of the world looks at what we have here as a privilege. And I'm not just talking about Second Amendment stuff. So, borrowing from then President Reagan, I think we really are the last best hope for mankind. Like this is it, dudes. There's no fallback position. This is the Alamo. There's nowhere else to go to. So I like that we hold ourselves to a really high standard. And that is in line with, just look at the preamble to our Constitution of, that we are trying to make a more perfect union. That is, I think, every American's eternal task. It's not a, a hint at something maybe you might want to do. It's a challenge to continue to make a more perfect union and not let this essentially go to shit. Because I got to tell you, the place I've been, the rest of the world, this is the only place I'm ever going to be. This is it. And for those like people in my family, my grandmother, everybody who immigrated here and became U.S. citizens by choice, Americans by choice, they saw and they know, unfortunately, what so many of my fellow Americans who just were born, grew up here, just inherited it and just kind of think this is or should be normal. I've learned the most about my country from talking to immigrants or people who are not Americans. I've noticed how good we have it in our country and what we truly have here by leaving it and then coming back. So that is not something I think is insignificant. That's not something we should brush off. That's something it's a solemn responsibility. It's a big deal to continue to make this a more perfect union. I think we should. We absolutely should. We got a hell of a country. If it's worth killing for and it's worth dying for, it's worth saving and fixing, making better and helping it. Not even just for us, but for others from overseas, like DeSantis here in the UK. Whether we ask for this or not, this spells duty. So we have to make this a good place to be and continue to foster it to be such, and make intelligent decisions about how we're voting and what we're doing. That's probably the most important thing. It's the only other important thing I could say above the Second Amendment is understanding what we have here collectively as a big picture for America, our Constitution, and what kind of country, what kind of people we have. There's a reason people flock here and become successful, want to do things. We got to keep that going. Let's see. What other comments do we have? I'm glad you guys are here, by the way. Welcome, everybody. If you guys are just joining us real quick, we're just going over kind of where we stand right now in terms of the election, what's going on. I've already discussed where I'm always vigilant. I'm always concerned about the Second Amendment. But in this case, with how things look like they're shaping up, I am not as worried as maybe some other people are. I've talked about how, I believe America is exceptional. and I will not fucking apologize for that. I don't care. I've been to other places. This is my home. This is where I want to be. For everything that we built and everything we have, and I do not give a shit. I don't apologize for it. We have something here that is unique and it's special. Talking a little bit about California politics, the Supreme Court, the Senate, and everything. But let's keep rolling with these. Let's see. Trump is up in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Nevada is less than a 1% difference. Okay. Let's see. 1 a.m. in the UK here, so I'm off to sleep and up all night watching election stuff. I just hope when I wake up in a few hours, I can see Trump as president, but I'm not as hopeful about it. Look, I'm going to be real with everybody, okay? It's looking like Joe Biden is going to win, but for the reasons I've already laid forth, I don't want you guys to think this is the end of the world. And it's so hard to try or attempt to explain how I feel about this in a way that's going to stick or resonate with everyone. But it's fucking awesome. I get to wake up and I have clean drinking water that I can shower, I can cook with. I can drink water that comes out of the faucet and everything, and I'm not going to fucking die or get dysentery again. I have electricity that if I need to use appliances or I want to have light or I want to do whatever, I have electricity, and it's fucking awesome. If we're having a fire or a medical emergency or holy shit, there's a naked dude running around the neighborhood with a machete, I can call 911 and like, holy fuck, there's going to be emergency services and emergency personnel who actually will show up at some point to deal with it or give a fuck. On top of all of that, I don't have to worry about some shithead terrorist group running around cutting everyone's heads off. I don't have to worry about, am I going to get in a huge gunfight today? Am I going to be, doing this or that? We have sanitation. We have plumbing. We have sewer lines. We have, like, when I've used something that I'm done with, I can throw it in a fucking trash can, and people I've never met will automatically one time a week pick it up, so we don't get disease and we don't get rotting shit. We don't that's how I start my day. Every day before I talk to anybody, before I do anything, I take in the fact that I have clean drinking water, running electricity. I've got family. And if they're not near to me, I can give them a phone call and see their face and talk to them because I have the power grid and electricity. We have functional rule of law, functional emergency services. If somebody, commits wrong or damages my property or does something, I have a way of suing for redress, whether it's a civil case or whether it's calling the cops and the dude gets arrested for whatever. That's how I start my day every fucking day. That's how I start my day. And I decided to do it out here in the garage tonight. And I hope you guys can hear the kids in the back, but we're all still here, people. We're all still here. We're all still alive. And it's not this diabolical end of day scenario. We're all still here, man. We're still making it happen. Maybe the election didn't go the way everybody wanted it to go. But I'm trying to just start at the ground level and bring reasons why we should really take a moment to take an inventory for ourselves about how lucky we should be, or at least how grateful we are. The places I lived where I had no running water, no electricity, we've got burn pits, we got mass graves, we got genocide, we got all kinds of horrible shit. It's like America to me is like Disneyland. It's like this, like we actually have all these things and we can count on it pretty much every day unless there's a hurricane or earthquake or something. But this is the norm for us to have electricity, running water, that we don't have to have 5 kids because we know 4 of them are probably going to die from, some disease or something before they're even 5 years old. We have so much here from a base layer. So the way this election is going to shake out when this movie ends and we know exactly who won and we know all the numbers and we can see all the data, that is not going to fuck with the way I look at my world and my life and how much I'm truly grateful for it. I just wish other people could maybe look at it in a similar way, or at least take an inventory of the things you're truly grateful for. It might change your perspective a little bit. It may not, but at least for me, it's fucking fantastic. All right, let's keep going through the comments here. We are fucked from Jackie Chan. No, we're not. Let's see, big good news here. Trump has made a huge inroad to the minority communities. Actually, that's on my list from Raging Tempest. It's here. Got my list. So that's one thing we haven't even begun to discuss yet. But looking at the numbers of different groups, racial, ethnic groups, different minorities, different voting brackets, and how they voted this election, there's quite a lot that's interesting in a very positive way. So we're going to get to that in a second. Let's see. I need to buy an AR-14 before he bans them. I think Palmetto State Armory actually made an AR-14 lower that you can buy. It's probably out of stock. But just for Joe Biden, that's a reference to Joe Biden calling an AR-15 an AR-14. So leave it to Palmetto State Armory and the gun community to straight up make a model AR-14. That's outstanding. Let's see. There's no way in hell Biden really has majority votes. I smell bullshit. I actually think it's true. I think he does. Definitely, for sure, popular vote. But that's an important thing. You know, the polls, pretty much the vast majority of any media outlet or pollsters, anyone who does polls, pretty much everybody messed up. Everyone got this totally wrong. Now, whether they seriously fucked up and they were trying to be as accurate as they could and they really dropped the ball this fucking hard, or if they kind of knew the numbers they were publishing were not accurate and they were trying to suppress, maybe pro-Trump voters that see that Biden is up 1,000,000% nationally, trying to suppress those Trump voters or anybody else, that could be a different story. But whether it was for malicious intent or they really fucked up this bad because they're incompetent, whichever motive was driving that bus, the pollsters by and large absolutely just shit the bed. They had Biden up and they were over 12% nationally. Dude's up not even 2%. Looking at the polls versus looking at what we got, they were saying, oh, yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be this blue wave. It's going to be a total Biden blowout. He's going to get the House. He's going to get the Senate. He's like pretty much the whole electoral map is going to look blue. That shit did not happen. I'm looking at if Joe Biden wins, looking at the math, he's literally going to hit exactly 270. Opposed to, by math, that'd be 268 for Trump. That's not a fucking blowout, dude. So if you are someone who wanted Biden to win, I got to tell you, you're probably going to get it, but don't think for even a second that you should be happy about it. Going back to Raging Tempest with talking about minority votes and everything, I think Florida is the biggest example of things we should care about. And if you are, part of the DNC, you're a Democrat, or you want, you wanted Joe Biden to win, or that's your side of the aisle, you should pay attention to what happened in Florida, what happened in Texas. We're dealing with, I think from the onset, and I said this last night, but Florida has a lot of Cuban Americans. There's a lot of South Americans. There's a lot of people who literally built rafts and boats out of garbage to risk their lives to sail on the turbulent ocean to get to Florida and risked everything to get here. They literally risked everything and built boats out of trash to get here to escape a socialist regime, whether it was Cuba or whether it was somewhere in South America, Venezuela, you name it. a lot. There's a huge contingent of those people in Florida. So that is an incredible. I think it was like a 55% Trump vote on behalf of Cuban Americans and those from South America. Looking at the Hispanic population, especially in Texas, that it was also the similar numbers. That some places, Democrats did win. Texas went red, but that is not insignificant. And if you are part of the DNC or a Democrat or you're a strategist for them and you're trying to make this work, I would be very scared and I would be very worried about the numbers that we're seeing. Even if Joe Biden is going to eke out an exact 270 electoral win here, I would not be feeling too confident about 2024. Let's put it that way. The numbers that we're seeing and what's happening right now, and also I think it's the fact that Joe Biden is literally, I think at this point, and I mean this in seriousness, I think it's borderline elderly abuse to be running him as microwave leftovers just to try to defeat Trump. And they're, trying to say that it's some huge blowout. No, man, he's barely, if he wins, it's going to be just barely. We're talking 2 electoral votes. But again, going back to the composition of who was voting for Trump and how many people did not vote for Trump the first time, but they did this time. That's an interesting number as well. Looking at the black community as well, that Trump doubled his numbers in Florida and other places in the country with black voters this year. I mean, and I can't necessarily be surprised given Joe Biden's history. Jumping on the super predators train, doing the crime bill, really slamming down on. There are people, minorities, black men. There are people in prison still to this day, right now, because of what Joe Biden did back in the mid to late 90s with the crime bill and everything else. So I can't say I'm surprised, but at the same time, Trump may in fact lose the election, but this is just a barely making it kind of win for Biden. And if you look at the composition of these votes, if you're in the DNC or you're a lifelong Democrat and you're trying to have happy thoughts for 2024, I would not be feeling too good right now, because depending on how the party continues to move, the Republican Party, 2024 is going to be a whole different animal. And, at that point, I think that there's going to be challenges. I'm going to say it right now. So maybe I'm biting off more than I can chew. I'm going to predict this right now. We don't even know who won the election right now. We're still figuring that out. It looks like it is going to be Joe Biden, but we don't actually know for sure. But even before we know that, I'm going to go ahead and predict, no matter if Biden wins this year or not, they ain't winning in 2024. I am not confident the DNC can unfuck itself. That they had Hillary as such a horrendous candidate. They bit off way much more than they could chew. They got all high and mighty. They got all confident that she was going to make it. It's her time. She's the anointed one. They got totally just like not only punched in the mouth, but like curb stomped, just like, hey, that's not the case at all. And you lost. So they had 3.5 years essentially to fix it, to try to maybe reinvigorate the magic that was Obama. Some kind of hope and change, whether it's real or not. It made things happen. They had 3.5 years. The Democrats had to fix it, learn from their mistakes, lick their wounds, and try to recover. And the best they got was microwave leftovers. Joe Biden, who apparently it appears now, if he's going to win, it's going to be exactly 270 electoral votes. Not looking that good. So I am not confident the Democrats have the ability to unfuck themselves before 2024. And I don't see it working out for them. So I guess I'm going to say it now, but that's what I predict. I do not think 2024 is going to go well for them unless they make some severe changes that at this point I'm not even sure they're capable of making. Not that I want them to be successful. I'm just looking at this as devil's advocate and looking at these numbers from the Cuban Americans, the South Americans, the Black community, the Hispanic community. These are very troubling numbers if you're in Biden's camp and you're part of the DNC. Let's just put it that way. So those are some pretty positive things that give me enough confidence to make that kind of prediction about 2024. Absolutely, for sure. There's a strong possibility there. So let's keep moving on the comments here. Let's see. Hey, Mr. Second Amendment, think you may like a YouTuber named that does good political analysis. Okay. Maybe I'll check him out, see. Jamar77, the real question is who's getting the Senate? And if they did get the Senate, what do we do with our firearms? Okay, so Jamar, you might be joining us a little bit later. We did talk about this. Looks like right now very solidly that the Republicans kept the Senate. Mitch McConnell got reelected, so that would mean he's going to be follow on, to continue to be the majority leader in the Senate. And that is a huge problem if you are interested in assault weapons bans or packing the courts and trying to enhance the number of Supreme Court justices, to have a Supreme Court that's going to be more beneficial towards banning guns or trying to even pass an assault weapons ban to begin with. Doesn't matter at this point if they have Biden in the executive branch, the White House, and they do have the House. But if they don't have a Senate, which they don't, they're not going to, all of that shit is dead in the water. I mean, that is not going to work out. So for me, the personal nightmare scenario was they get the House, the Senate, and the executive branch. And at that point, there would be nothing standing in the way. But the fact that Republicans got the Senate, and let's get in the weeds on that in more detail. So again, Susan Collins up in Maine, she's good to go. She's back in. Mitch McConnell back in. Lindsey Graham in South Carolina back in. And again, going back to how horrible these polls were, whether there was malicious intent to suppress votes or whether they were just that fucked up and they were that incompetent on their own. Regardless, they got this way wrong. They were saying Lindsey Graham is on the ropes. Oh my God, it's going to be horrible. He absolutely blew them out of the water. What's also interesting is the DNC, Democrats by and large, spent over $300 million trying to make these Senate seats happen, and they lost 6. Like, they totally shit the bed. Absolute tragic, just nightmare disaster for them. And a complete waste of money as well. And the polls, again, they were not even correct. These complete blowouts going on. So at the end of the day, the Senate is really good news. The fact that Biden is, if he wins, looks like he's only going to get 270 or maybe just above, just 270, like exactly is what it looks like. And the fact that the composition of the voters who are voting for Trump, the Cuban Americans, the South Americans, the Black vote, Hispanics, everybody, that's all roads are leading to, if you're happy Biden won tonight, I would take a full inventory of how thin this ice is. Because if you're looking at these numbers, you should have some very severe concerns for 2024. Let's put it that way. If you are pro Second Amendment, we have a Supreme Court that's not going to get packed. We have a Senate that's going to refuse or not move forward an assault weapons ban or pack the courts. And again, that Supreme Court is a 5-4 at a worst case, definite 6-3 at a best case majority decision on Second Amendment related things. So again, just to recap on what I said earlier for those joining now, I'm always concerned, I'm always vigilant, I'm always caring about what's happening to the Second Amendment. I don't think that's something you can't just set it and forget it. We have to maintain vigilance all the time. But I got to tell you, I am not as worried at all as I thought I was going to have to be. Let's put it that way. So I hope you can see what I see politically, but also legally speaking. If you want to ban guns or if you want to follow through with packing the courts or destroying the Second Amendment, you have a pretty sad disappointment tonight. Let's put it that way. So happy about that. Let's keep going on these comments here. Let's see. Jamar says, mine too is my biggest fear Lucky I'm a Kentucky boy. That's what it looks like. Okay. Yeah. If Jamar, if your worst fear was the House, the Senate, and Biden being in the White House, that was my personal nightmare scenario. And I'm thankful that's not what happened. And as a side note, this gets back to the checks and balances. This gets back to the Republicans and the Democrats not one party controls the whole thing. So with the Republicans, you're going to have the Senate and the Supreme Court for sure. Democrats, it's looking like if Joe Biden wins, they're going to have the White House and then the House of Representatives. So I guess kind of in a, constitutional way, having those checks and balances, that things are a little bit divided, that the Democrats or Republicans don't have complete full reign of the entire setup. That's good, but also just be prepared. I think there's going to be a lot of bullshit coming down in terms of the inability for anything to get passed through Congress, which quite frankly, I'm really not worried about, because I think the more shit they pass, the more damage they can potentially do. So if the House and the Senate are always not in agreement with stuff, and if anything makes it to Biden's desk, is it something he even wants to sign? And the fact that there's probably going to be a lot of traffic jams of getting anything through at this point, and also for those of you like worried about a federal requirement for masks, or there's going to be a countrywide lockdown for 3 weeks to everybody stay in your house, whatever. Getting that to happen at this point would be something I would find very, I don't want to say impossible. I never want to say never, but as close to impossible as we can get at this point. Let's look at it that way. So there's a lot of positive stuff to really take into account here. And if you look at the writing on the wall on all of these components that we've been talking about, Democrats, I don't think they're going to have a good time in 2024 if they can't get their act together. I think at this point, they are so disorganized and off touch and off base. I don't think they're capable of unfucking themselves. They obviously couldn't do it for 2020 with Joe Biden, his microwave leftovers, trying to run him. So, and then the fact that if he wins, it's literally 270 or very close to that. It was not a blowout. It was a barely making it kind of victory. So, not really good things if you're in the DNC or Democrat for 2024. You need to police some shit up and fix yourselves if you want to have any success for next time. And I don't think they're capable of doing that. I really don't. So, but we'll see. Time will tell on that one. Let's see. Do you think the Dems plan on having Biden handing over the reins to Kamala, since he's so old, seems to be a likely scenario? So, some people have thought I was a little crazy for floating this idea that I think maybe the task and purpose of Biden was to just throw himself at it, just to block Trump and win. And then once he gets inaugurated, they can have a little party, maybe bring out some birthday cake, call it good, whatever. And then after a couple months, maybe 6 months, be like, okay, I was technically the 46th president. I did it. Great. But I'm old as fuck and I just want to retire. So we're going to hand this off to Kamala, and I'm just going to retire. Maybe pull a Nixon and just resign, just get out of there. I thought that was pretty credible, but then leading up to the election, I thought, well, Biden has like 48 years in public office. Power corrupts, absolutely. It's and Biden, I think, is the dude with the ring, about to throw it into Mount Doom and destroy it. But it's like the attraction to power, the fact he's been in for just about half a century, almost a quarter of our entire United States history that he's been in public office in one way or another. Initially, I thought he would just kind of hang out, pass off the reins once Kamala was set and the administration was good. He was just going to kind of let go. I actually am less inclined to think that's going to happen. We're talking about a dude, again, that has not given up and only wanted to expand and elevate his power and office for a half a century at this point, pretty much. So someone like that, I don't see him I don't see that as likely anymore that he would willingly resign. I think now they're probably going to limit how many trips he does, how many speeches he does. I think another prediction I have is if Biden wins, I don't think he's going to be a very present president. I don't think he's going to be very active. I don't think you're going to see him, jumping around, flying to France, flying to Europe, working with our NATO allies, doing rallies or town halls and stuff across our country. I don't think you would see that. Even in a non-COVID environment, I don't think we're going to see that. And I really think it's going to come down to Biden's advisors, his cabinet, Kamala Harris, the people he surrounds himself with, I think are really going to be kind of pulling the levers and calling the shots. And that does concern me as a matter of national security, that if he wins, you've got Russia and China, Iran, actors like that who are going to understand that the American president is just he's an old dude that we're just going to roll him out here so we can do a 2-minute speech and whatever. But really someone else is pulling the levers, and, it's I think it's weakness. And it actually might be more of a wild card than what people said Trump was going to be. When you have people behind the scenes that, are the gatekeepers or have, an ear to Biden and can offer him sweet little nothings of ideas he should do, and people really kind of pulling the levers. And, maybe, I don't want to say he'd be a puppet, but maybe it's not what I'd want to see out of whoever is going to be in the Oval Office as our president. I just don't want to see that. I think there was an argument made about President Reagan towards the end of his last term that he was kind of losing it, that he was getting a little bit of dementia, a little senile, that Nancy Reagan, the cabinet, George H.W. Bush, that everyone else was kind of, doing a smoke screen, just kind of making it happen. And Democrats they were pushing that thing so hard. And I think there's an element of truth to that for sure. But now flipping the coin, when we're talking about Biden, like, look, this is not a Trump, Biden, or Democrat versus Republican thing, man. I mean, most of you guys probably have or had really old grandparents. Maybe some of you guys have volunteered in nursing homes or been CNAs. Maybe some of you guys have had to live with that and see that firsthand of what does it look like when your favorite grandma or grandpa or someone you work with or close to is things are starting to kind of fall apart, man. And I see that in Joe Biden. And I'm just like, dude, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, super about Joe Biden or not. We just have to take a moment of clarity here to really be honest about the fact that this dude looks like we're moving into that territory where he doesn't even know what the fuck is going on. So if he is to win tonight or whenever we know the results for sure, I do have national security concerns, defense concerns about having at least a president that might effectually be a puppet, or at least maybe the mental faculties are not there, man. So that's kind of a side tangent on that. But let's go ahead and see what's going on in the comments here. That's a hilarious analogy. Which one are you talking about? I'm definitely not as sauced up as I was last night, but I've had a couple drinks trying to keep this thing moving. So I can't remember what analogy that was, but I'm glad you found it hilarious. Let's see. Yeah, Kamala takes care of everything about politics, and all Biden has to do is covering his son, making money. Yeah. That's an interesting one, the whole Hunter Biden thing. That if Biden is to win and he's going to become our next president, that the president-elect's son is literally smoking crack. And that's the thing, is like everyone's so suspicious about, oh man, like Hunter Biden randomly dropped off this laptop with sensitive information and possibly child porn on it. That's a pretty heavy-duty accusation. That's not something anybody should throw around lightly for political gain. But if that is the case, I mean, Giuliani, they submitted that to the FBI, so they must have something. But we're going to have Hunter Biden dropping off a laptop at some rando computer repair store. And some rando computer repair guy no one's coming in to pick this thing up after months or whatever. So he's going to look at it, see what's going on, and discovers, like, Houston, we have a motherfucking problem here. And then people are like, oh, this is a political hit job against Biden. This is another one of these October surprises. Who would just drop off a laptop with all this crazy shit on it, especially if you're the president's or vice president's son, and not come back to get it or not care about it? And the only argument I have to really respond to that is we have to remember that the dude was smoking fucking crack. Okay? Like, if you've ever dealt with a crackhead, if you've ever dealt with anybody on some kind of, Schedule 3 drugs, like something insane like that, that's crack logic, dude. I'm just going to fucking drop off this laptop that's putting me and potentially my dad and my family at just a tremendous risk and possibly national security concerns on this laptop, not to mention potentially child porn. And I'm just not going to come back and get it and forget about it. That's what you do when you smoke crack. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I don't know. Like, that's the biggest argument I have. And I feel like it's such a strong argument because if you've ever seen anybody or known someone that's doing shit like that, that is what a crackhead will do. Like, I'm sorry. And I don't mean to make light of this. If any of you have a family member that's struggling with substance abuse or drugs or in and out of a halfway house or something, I'm just saying, like, from a logical standpoint, it doesn't make sense. And the only thing that makes absolute sense to me is the dude is smoking fucking crack. Like, what else do you want? Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, that's so. I kind of derailed myself here. Let's get a little bit back on target. Let's see. Got the garage open, waving to the neighbors. Got a really awesome community here. Let's see. You really calm me down and keep hearing about civil war from some people. I love my country and I want that. Absolutely agreed. And I'm glad I can calm at least some of you guys down. Here's the thing, and this is a very serious thing. Okay. Some people are talking about, oh man, is there going to be a civil war or whatever? Is there going to be Antifa or super lefties, doing some weather underground shit and causing domestic violence, or, is there going to be some stuff? Here's the thing I think people need to understand is if you make a commitment that, like, I think people have this idea that there's going to be some leftist violence in their town. So they're going to go out there and maybe get involved in a gunfight to protect the community and put it down. And then they're just going to go home and crack a beer and watch the ball game. That's not how any of this shit works. Okay. And this is why I'm so hesitant to even start to entertain ideas about violence or pushing for it or wanting it. I don't want it, and I'm definitely not the guy pushing for it. Because if we historically look, our founding fathers, okay, look at it this way. This is an all or nothing event. All right. You're not going to have little flare-ups of violence, go home, everything's going to be cool. Okay. Look at our founding fathers, all right? Once they signed the Declaration, now granted, Lexington and Concord had already been going on since April 1775. So July 1776, by the time they actually formalize it, they have a constitutional Congress or a Continental Congress. They do the Declaration, and they send it, just a big old bouquet of middle fingers across the Atlantic to King George. Dude, it was on, okay? It was an all or nothing event for everyone who signed that document, for everyone who was a patriot, everyone who was joining the Continental Army, everyone who was fighting the British, their governance, at least in that circumstance. I mean, this was an all or nothing thing. They either were going to win this thing or they were going to get tortured, thrown on a prison ship, tarred and feathered, killed. So there's no, that's why I think about violence or the prospect of, Civil War Part 2 or whatever. I don't take that lightly, and that's not the first tool at all I'm grabbing in the toolbox. It's a tool in the toolbox, but it is buried down there, man. There's so many peaceful, legal, political, legislative options we still have. Not to mention, by the way, your fucking First Amendment. Things like I'm doing right now, and you guys chatting. Everybody expressing themselves, still making the phone calls. You can still write, still lobby, still do everything you want to do. But our founding fathers had passed through all of those peaceful and political options before it literally came to bloodshed and then signing a huge middle finger of the Declaration and sending that off, knowing that we are fucked if we lose. So I don't want anybody to think like, oh, maybe just a little violence, or it's something we should look at as a thing to partake in. Like, no, you don't want that, because there's no going back. This isn't all, you're putting all the chips, you're going all in. That's it. And there's no coming back. There's either victory or death. That's it. And before we have to be painted into that corner, we're not even close to the corner. We have so many peaceful political legal options as Americans. It's not an option. I see it as a fucking duty that we entertain and we exhaust and we utilize all of these options we still absolutely have, especially with the Supreme Court that we have now that's not going to get fucked with. Like, the options just got better. Okay. So before we start talking about grabbing guns or I wish that could do, no, the fuck you don't. The number one guy who's like, oh man, I just wish that some crazy shit, I could just like be a rooftop Korean and just grab my AR and like, no, you don't. And I can 100% guarantee you've never killed people. You've never had to be in a firefight. So let's shut the fuck up on this one. Okay. It's not something we want to do unless it's a push or shove situation. And we are far the fuck away from being painted in a corner. All right. So many positive and capable options, especially with the Senate and the Supreme Court. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here. That is not where we need to go yet. Okay. And I think there is a huge capacity for continued peaceful transition, peaceful change, to continue to promulgate and push on the Second Amendment and expand our liberties, deregulate, lower taxes, get everything we're trying to get done and do it in a peaceful way. Because, man, once you pick up that gun and you're committed, it's all in, whether you even understand that whether you even understand that yet or not. Like, it's an all-in thing, man. And there's no going back. So that's an important distinction, or at least something I wanted to mention, is like, nobody should be wishing for, wanting for, or trying to accelerate violence or partake in it when we have so many peaceful options that exist. And honestly, if that's the kind of person someone is, like someone like my favorite founding father, Thomas Jefferson, would be wildly disappointed in you, considering everything that they did before it had to come to bloodshed and Lexington and Concord and everything else that happened after that. So I think sometimes I wish people would reflect a little closer. And it doesn't mean you need to be a combat veteran or have exposure to this or be in gunfights and know. It just means have a little bit of fucking respect for the history and our founding fathers and what they struggled through, what they fought for, what they went through, and everything that led up before it. Have a little bit more respect for history before we're just going to start grabbing guns and doing crazy shit, because you don't even understand. There's no going back. Also, not a good look. Again, going back to the fact that I believe we are exceptional. This is the only true free country on earth. We have a task and purpose here. I think we're outstanding. I will not fucking apologize for it, and I don't care. So we expect better of ourselves, but we also have to understand, like we had a guy from the UK in the chat tonight, the rest of the world is watching. So let's make it happen, we the people, okay? Let's be responsible, armed civilians and citizens, but let's also use the ballot box, the jury box. Let's use all of these First Amendment and legal tools that we still absolutely have at our disposal right now before we start looking at that. So I think I'm going to stop talking about that and get back to the comments. Let's see. All right. Welcome, Grizzly Bear. Good to see you as well. We got Hockey Savage back in here. What's up? Let's see. Just woke up from a nap. Man, we need this president. Got family that are heroin addicts. I agree. Let's go back to that. Don't apologize for your viewpoint. I got crackheads in my family, and I still find their logic comical. Man, if you're not laughing, you're crying. And especially those of you who served in the military as grunts or first responders, paramedics, firefighters, EMTs, or anyone who deals with death or things like that, there's got to be some kind of black humor. Some, not in front of everyone, but between you and your bros when you're dealing with some heavy ass shit. Sometimes you just got, sometimes, man, you got, if you're not laughing, you're crying. And I choose to laugh. And there's actually quite a lot to be happy about tonight. So I'm definitely going to be laughing a little more as we go. All right. Let's see. At the end of the day, we're all Americans. We should work together. No one wishes that I got kids and shit. What happens if something happens to me? That's true. And again, if we're looking at some Civil War crazy shit, and we're looking at moving into violence when that is not the path we need to or have to take right now, consequences of involvement and participation are going to get worse and enhanced. So you got to think about what we call attachments: your kids, your wife, your house, your stuff. There's no going back to any of that. So I don't think people really understand that or think about that. The pen will always be mightier than the sword, even if that sword has a 30-round mag. Yeah, that's a classic quote, and it's not necessarily wrong, but let me tell you what's mightier than the pen is a fucking 500-pound bomb or a JDAM. That's awesome. That's actually my last 2 weeks in Iraq. I'm not gonna tell that story. I'll just tell you that the pen is mightier than the sword, and maybe the sword is 2 500-pound bombs on the same target, and it's fucking rad. But yes, the pen still mightier than the sword. And actually, we can demonstrate that with the Constitution is still our our legislative framework that is still in use today. But the firearms at the time, not in use today. We have much better. So maybe that right there is a good demonstration. Okay, let's see. The struggle will be real, but aligned with what you said, we take the Senate will be a decent place like we were in 2008. Yeah, so, Grizzly Bear, you showed up a little bit later, but at least where we are now, there is a discussion on that where it's like, dude, I was concerned. Let me tell you what my concerns were about. Again, going back to my nightmare scenario, that was going to be that they were going to take the House, the Senate, and Biden was going to win. They're going to have it all, which means even though the Supreme Court is cool for us right now, they can pack the courts, and that goes out the window as well. That was like nightmare fuel. But the fact that we have the Senate, at that point, I don't give a shit. Like assault weapons bans, they're not making it to the president. Hey, we want to pack the courts. Let's do it. No, not going to happen. There's a lot of things that are great about that. So, and for those of you who missed it, the discussion we were having about actually looking at the composition of who voted for who and why. And the fact that if Biden is going to win this thing, it's just he's eking it out. I predict 270 exactly electoral votes for him if he does win. So recapping on that real quick for those who joined us late, if you are in the DNC or you wanted Biden to win or you're a Democrat, whatever, you're on the left or against the Second Amendment, I would not be feeling too good about these numbers. You maybe just eked out a victory possibly, but that does not mean you're not in bad shape. Like you guys need to unfuck yourselves. And thankfully, based on 2016 to now, with Joe Biden as microwave leftovers, that's the best they could do. Like they need to seriously police themselves up and fix themselves. And I don't think they even have the capability to do that. So just ending the recap on that. If you are in the DNC or Democrat, anything like that, I would be a little bit concerned about 2024 because you have problems that you need to fix. And personally, right now, I don't think you guys can fix them. Like, I think that's kind of it. Let's see. Somebody is calling in. Apologize real quick. Okay, not going to be able to work with that right now. That's Benjamin calling in. Just on behalf of you guys, I'm glad you're all here. So I'm going to keep trucking on that. I'm going to call him back. But let's keep moving here. What's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Welcome back. It's not going to be as crazy as it was last night. That thing went for 8.5 hours. Stayed up till early this morning. Some of you guys are still hanging on. But I had to call it like, man, we're done. We got to be done for tonight. Okay. Let's see. Filibuster all the horrible bills that come through because we take the majority just like we did in 2008 assault weapons ban from Obama. It's actually an interesting point that we should study or talk about real quick. The post-Sandy Hook attempted assault weapons ban, and that's when they had everything they needed after arguably the worst mass killing attack that we've ever had on a public place. I mean, for God's sake, 26 people died, most of them children at elementary school. And even after that, they still could not get an assault weapons ban passed, which at that moment convinced me if they couldn't do it, I mean, they will not hesitate for even a second to take advantage of and use for their political gain any kind of crisis or tragedy, especially if kids are involved. That makes it worse. If it bleeds, it reads. Let's just jump on it now. Like, we still have an active crime scene. Unfortunately, there are bodies there still. We're still everyone's working the scene, and this is so bad, and the community's destroyed. Let's go ahead and stand up and talk about an assault weapons ban. Like, they literally have no shame. They don't give a shit. Like, they will do it. And even in the heat of that moment, the New York Safe Act went through because that shit was passed like weeks after Sandy Hook, and it was done at middle of the night in a closed door session, from what I understand. But when you look at the actual assault weapons bill that Obama said, hey, man, if you guys can get it on my desk, I'm signing this bitch. It's happening. But there again is Article 1 of the Constitution. Like, how insightful were our founding fathers that they set up a system of governance with a bicameral Congress where things were not meant to happen tomorrow. Things were meant to take a intentional amount of time for proper discourse, proper arguments in favor of it, against it. Well, maybe this is okay, but we need to make it better. Let's look at some of these provisions. Let's fix it. So by the time from like the point of impact and we're trying to chase an ambulance where just emotions are high, we just want to send it, versus the intentional blockades of time and discourse and improvement, or dismissing it and arguing it and putting it before the House and the Senate floor. And then eventually the president has to sign it if it even made it that far. And all of those intentional time and space roadblocks that they put in place, that if we're going to get anything done, and if it's worth a damn, it's going to survive that kind of scrutiny. By the time the assault weapons ban was actually trying to make it through, it just fucking fell apart. It fell apart. And that is kind of a serious beauty from our founding fathers, that they made that happen and wanted that to be an intentional part of the process. So that shows the New York Safe Act. They just rammed that thing through like a week and a half, 2 weeks after Sandy Hook, and they got it, versus the federal proposed assault weapons ban. And they brought the ban back together again, man. They got Feinstein on that. Like, Dianne Feinstein was back on the case, going out there to fuck everything up. They got who they identified as their A-list players. Joe Biden was in on that too. Everybody was trying hard, and they absolutely dropped the ball. So long story short, after Sandy Hook, after that kind of horrible attack and loss of life and violence, despite the fact they had everything and they still couldn't get shit to happen, I was like, you know what? They were doing everything, man. They were trying to take advantage of every casualty. They were taking advantage of the moment. They were pulling on everyone's heartstrings and then pushing the agenda at the same time. They were doing everything, man. Everything. And they still could not get it done. And that was the moment that convinced me, like, if they couldn't do it using all their tricks after something as awful as this, man, that shit ain't going to happen. Like, if I was in favor of trying to do an assault weapons ban again, I would be a pretty big sad panda, because I got to tell you, that shit ain't going to fly, especially with the Republicans right now having the Senate. That's how it's going to be. The Supreme Court, extremely favorable to the Second Amendment. And actually, as a side note to that, just want to bring it up. So the Supreme Court gets to decide what cases they're actually going to see. And the decision to do it, there's certain criteria that, is this a moot point, or is this a valid case? Is this an active thing? But even if it meets all of the Supreme Court's requirements to hear this case, the Supreme Court would be like, nah, we're not going to see this case. I see a Supreme Court that's not only more favorable, very guaranteed favorable to the Second Amendment. I also see them being extremely willing to take on cases that are Second Amendment related, which is a kind of a third point on that. If I am interested in passing gun bans in different states, I'm interested in causing egregious draconian gun, legislation, and I'm interested in doing those things, I need to be very fucking careful what I do, because I might just do something so bad that goes up through all the circuit courts and all the federal judges that Trump got to appoint. And then, holy shit, worst nightmare, it goes to the Supreme Court, and now we have an absolute disaster like Heller versus DC. And now any gun control things I ever wanted to do is we just totally fucked ourselves so hard. So that's also what I like. That's a positive thing about tonight. And where we stand right now is, if you are interested in passing anti-gun legislation and trying to make things happen, if you're smart, and some of them really are, you need to be very careful what the fuck you're about to do. Because if that shit gets contested and goes through all those judges and makes it to a Supreme Court that would hear that case, you might have just fucked yourself forever. You might like, from their viewpoint, we're talking like Heller versus DC 2008 level destruction. So putting them on their toes and being a little bit cautious about, we do want to restrict guns, but we're going to be a little cautious because, man, if we get sued and this goes up, we might just fuck everything over. So these are, I don't want people just to think about tonight, maybe the next couple days or the next 4 years. I want people to start thinking the next 20 to 30 years from now. These are some pretty heavy positive things if you're a pro Second Amendment, pro liberty, pro freedom kind of guy. So, again, I'm still have a lot of positivity because I'm just projecting that out. And again, I got to say, if you're a Democrat, you work for the DNC, you're trying to win in 2024, I don't think that's going to be working out for you. If you want to pass gun control in various states or try to do something federally, well, obviously that's not going to happen federally, but at least different states, you need to be very fucking careful about how you conduct yourself, because the ice just got paper thin with the Supreme Court that we have. That's not going to get packed. So these are all positive things. So I definitely just want to remind you guys, there's a lot of silver lining here that we have to take an inventory of. This is not doom and gloom. This is not the end of the world. We're all still alive. But also, when you really think about this and project it out, there's a lot of good shit going on. So let's keep going through these comments here. What's up, Ben? Hi. Let's see. We got Lancaster, Land Disaster. What's up, dude? Still doing recruiter stuff, I'm sure. But yeah, thanks, man. Good to have you here. We got Jamar again. Hey, man, I didn't stumble across your channel until today. Honestly, though, I'm glad to see everyone in the chat talking like they have common sense. Plus, you're educated on the topic. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Second Amendment, pretty severe passion of mine. Our Constitution at large, the country we have, I think, is unique on this planet. Never before or since have we had a country founded by these ideas on behalf of, deriving the power from the governments, from the consent of the governed. And what we have here in this country, I think it's awesome. It was worth fighting for. It was worth serving for. And it's still, even as a civilian now, it's worth caring about. Talking about subscribers, people in the chat. Some of these guys here I know personally. I do happen to have, at least I consider myself blessed that I have a really awesome subscriber base. You guys are just killing it, and especially doing the live stream thing. Last night was a real big one. Tonight, doing a little recap for now, but I'm thinking about doing these more maybe for Q&As or, the state of the Second Amendment, doing these live where we can all talk together and just kind of, you hit me with whatever questions you have. You can ask me anything from what's your favorite pocket knife to how we doing on the Supreme Court. I don't care. Like, it's awesome. So, I'm just glad you guys are all here, and really just grateful for the quality of subscribers that I have. So you guys are helping make this happen. So yeah, just glad you guys are all here. And Jamar, welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that would have been the worst case scenario. I think Grizzly is talking about just the blue tidal wave that we were promised. Oh man, which obviously that totally just went off the rails and shit the bed. Well, filibuster, not necessarily going to need that, man. If the House wants to play games and they have the executive branch, if Biden does win, but we have the Senate, which that's how it is. Not going to be a need for that, man. They ain't going to have the majority they need. So, yeah, the filibuster or the nuclear option, I don't see that really showing up. It is one of the vice president's duties is to break the tie in the Senate if it's 50-50 and they have to break the tie. Vice President Pence had to do that at least once, I think twice. Not a very common thing the vice president has to do, but if you have more votes than the other side who's, trying to pass assault weapons legislation or pack the courts, if you got more votes than they do, there's no need for the vice president to roll out his duties or her duties. There's no need to filibuster or do that shit. So it's not even that bad, the filibuster. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. Like there's a lot of really positive news that we should care about. Let's see. They going to make any new almanacs talking about the Second Amendment, the Constitution, and gun control soon. I've actually got a Constitution almanac planned out. Unfortunately, if someone sees an almanac that's like 3 hours and it's about the Constitution, there's not going to be as many views. But then again, my long-standing principle is I don't care as much about how many views or clicks or likes it gets as much as I care about, is this important? Is this worthy of my time? Should people hear this if they're so inclined? And is this something I need to do? Yes, I'll do it. So I do have a Constitution planned out, kind of a revisit on that. And a couple other things. We'll probably have some gun control stuff coming up. If in fact Biden does win, and that's what it actually ends up being, then I do want to do an almanac or maybe a shotgun blast with Rain Chris, talking about at least the proposed ideas, which are now kind of pissing in the wind at this point, but at least the stuff on the Biden-Harris website of what they want to do about the Second Amendment. And again, at this point, that's just not going to fucking happen. But at least the things they would like to do, provided they would have the votes or the Supreme Court to allow it, which they have neither. So, but still, it's worth talking about because even for pro-gun Second Amendment people, I don't think everybody fully understands how damaging that would have been if that was something that physically could have been possible. So that's kind of on the docket. We'll see where we go with that. You guys let me know. Let's see. Grizzly Bear, they banned so-called assault weapons in Connecticut, but not AR-15, AR-10. Pistol with brace and 10-round mags. Yeah, the interesting thing about the pistol brace is like at a certain point, enough things show up like the Franklin Armory reformation before the ATF changed its mind on that. The AR, AK pistol braces, which are with Q and everything, that's kind of in the recent news, but I don't think that's going to go anywhere. The Shockwave or the TAC-14 from Mossberg Remington, like there's certain firearms or pistols that have rolled out and there's been fights over it, and the ATF has had to back down pretty strongly on braces, at least prior to the drama with Q going on. One of those October surprises, I don't think it's going to stick, but there's enough. So two separations I care about or that matter here. One is, are we in violation of the letter of the law? So the law physically in black and white says this. Are we in violation of the letter of the law? With things like, pistol braces, TAC-14, things like that. No, we're not. we look at the spirit of the law of, well, the law literally says this, but are you guys kind of walking around the spirit of this law? And I say abso-fucking-lutely, like, hell yeah. I'll be the first to tell you, like, yeah, pistol braces are complete workaround to something that should not even be a law to begin with. And how ridiculous is it that, I can't have a stock, but I can do a brace, and legally now we decide that's a pistol. Well, not us. I mean, that is literally the statute. That is the law, the 1934 National Firearms Act. According to how the ATF has defined what a pistol is and how it is to be shot, at least primarily with one hand, we are attempting to shoot these guns exactly the way they prescribe in the law. So we have pistol braces to strap it up so we can actually do what they say a pistol needs to be done to constitute a pistol. And then you want to come back at me saying that I'm the problem. Like, no, dude, like, I am following the letter of the law. There's no gray area. This is very black and white, and this is very legal. Am I abusing the spirit of the law? Like the guys who literally Civil War veterans were involved. That's how old this shit is, from the 1934 NFA, were involved in passing that thing. Am I abusing the spirit of the law, or probably what were their intentions? Did they really want you to have that? First of all, I don't care. And second of all, yes, I am totally fucking down the spirit of the law, while simultaneously 100% lawfully dealing with and prescribing to the letter of the law. And I've had some conversations with some personal friends who are very left or progressive on the lefter side of the house. Like, man, I can't believe you have like that AR pistol that has a brace on it, and the only thing that delineates it from a pistol to a rifle, like, that's kind of bogus, man. They should ban those. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, this we are playing the silly games we need to play to be 100% legal according to them and the statute to the letter of the law, but we are just fucking down the spirit of the law, and I do not care. It's awesome. So that further demonstrates how ridiculous the 1934 NFA is. It was not passed with good intentions. It did not hold up to technology in the changing times, like not even a little bit. That shit just needs to go, dude. But we'll see how far we can go, at least in the meantime. It is the letter of the law. So if you follow the letter of the law as law-abiding citizens, but you proudly and openly are just fucking down the spirit of the law, that's awesome. I don't care. I do not hide it. I don't try to skirt around it. I'm a very blunt, non-sugar-coated kind of guy. I'm like, yeah, I am 100% legal here because I'm following the letter of the law and the ATF's own determinations on this. But am I abusing the spirit of that law? Fuck yeah, I am. And I don't care. It's legal. So if you got a problem, again, like I said last night, if you have a problem, change the law. But until you change the law, don't get all butthurt that I'm following the law. If you don't like how I'm following the law, then specify or change the law. Good luck. We have the Senate and the Supreme Court. So whatever. But, that's kind of how I feel about that. So getting off the tangent, let's try to get back to the comments here and see how we're doing. All right, Ben, we're doing a live chat, so we'll have to talk afterwards, but I'll be there. Definitely an underrated channel, needs more subscribers. Thank you. I agree. It'd be cool to have more subscribers, but I'm not trying to push that down anyone's throats. I think the merits of someone's work or content or ideas should stand on their own 2 feet. It happens with time. I'm not interested in joining any kind of promotion deals. I have no sponsors. I'm not interested in signing a deal with any devil or anything to try to get my word out there. And then, hey, we're going to send you this product. We're going to give you this many subscribers. And then you give us a favorable review like that. Not about that, like not even a little bit. So the channel is going to be what it's going to be. It's going to grow as it grows, and we're just going to keep rolling. So, but I do appreciate that. Go ahead. If you guys like any of my videos or what I'm saying or kind of the project I have going here, go ahead. Absolutely share it to anyone you think needs to see it or would have a good time seeing it. But I just appreciate you guys here and being part of it. So let's keep going. Mossberg Mayhem is still your favorite. I may have to do a recap. And I don't actually have it timelined. It's not even in pre-production right now, but I do have some ideas about how we can get crazy with the Cheez Whiz with my Mossberg 590A1, the pre-retrograde trench gun. So we talked a little bit about that last night, but I'm not going to rehash that here. But there are some ideas to get absolutely just retarded crazy with the Cheez Whiz with the 590A1. So that it's not going to be like a tomorrow or soon thing, but there are some ideas in the works. So without spoiling that, we'll just keep moving on. What is a BFG 50 rifle? Probably BMG 50 BMG. That would be 50 Browning machine gun. Most commonly found in the M2 Alpha 1, so the Mod Deuce. That's a gun that is near and dear to my heart. That was my Iraq gun on the Crow system. Mechanically speaking, that is outstanding. M2 50 cal has been in service. We're coming almost close to 100 years now with the U.S. military with no end in sight. They've tried. Different companies, General Dynamics, Raytheon, the usual suspects have tried to do some kind of offering to replace it with these cool guy air bursting rounds, or like, look how cool this is. Nothing has. The 50 cal that I had in Iraq, I still have a picture of it. But it was a GM. It was the GM division that did the headlights. Casey, I want to say Casey something, Hayes. I'll have to look at that photo, but looking at the manufacturer and the serial number, I found out that gun was made in 1943, was the receiver of my 50 cal. So that the fact we have the 50 cal, it is still going with no end in sight, of course, from our Lord and Savior, John Moses Browning. Just an outstanding, awesome patriot, and also just a genius firearms designer. Absolutely loved it. And the fact it went so long before it even got an Alpha 1 or an improvement, an Alpha 1 designation in the form of, the easy change barrels with the interrupted threads and the flex gun. It was pretty outstanding. So 50 Browning machine gun used in the M2, the Mod Deuce, M2 Alpha 1. We're going to see that, of course, in the Barrett M82 or the modern version, the 107 Alpha 1. The Armalite, you'll see different versions of that, single shot bolt action. But yeah, 50 BMG was not necessarily maximized for like pinpoint long range precision accuracy. It doesn't have that kind of ballistic coefficient. It was literally made to shoot fucking airplanes out of the sky, which it did that well. We put it on airplanes in World War II. To this day, we use it for static or vehicle defense. So that's a hell of a cartridge. Hopefully that kind of helped on that question. Went on a little tangent about how much I love the 50 cal. It's fucking awesome. Alberta Prepper. Hey, how we doing? He says hello from Alberta, Canada. Actually, sort of related to that. Not really, but I'm just going to send it, dudes. So me and Miss Texas, we're getting down on Alone. That's the big show that we're watching right now. We're on season 4. A lot of that stuff is happening up in Vancouver Island. And that stuff is looking pretty rugged up there. So I've never been to Canada yet. I did work with some Canadian dudes at Al Assad back in Iraq. They were really solid guys. I understand we've had a little bit of situation with Justin Trudeau up there with I guess essentially, at least from an American standpoint, and I'm uneducated in this, so I apologize, but at least from an observation standpoint down south here, Trudeau kind of acting as like a one-man Congress or parliament is what you guys would have, and putting a ban on AR-15s, or you can have them, but you can't use them, and we're going to tell you when they need to be turned in and shit. And first of all, I hate that you have to face that kind of situation up there in Canada. Second of all, as an American, I would just say I don't give a fuck. I'm not happy they did that, but Like, there's no universe that exists in which I'm doing that shit. So if they don't like them, they can come get them. And that's not a threat. I'm just saying, like, there's not a reality that's going to exist in which some law gets passed that I have to turn it in or register it or whatever, or give it up. You're not going to see me there doing it. Like, I've said it before, I'll continue to say it, and I'm not going to back down. I'm always going to have AR-15s and firearms. That's never going to change. So just sad for you guys up in Canada having to deal with that. I'd come check out America. I'm sure you might have been here at least once, but if it's time to move, man, come down here. We've got some very pro-gun American patriots. I'd love to welcome you down here as an American someday, if it's something you want to do, at least visit. But hopefully for the meantime, things are going well, or as well as they can up there for you. So yeah, just a little shout out there for Canada. Let's see. I'm glad I found your channel tonight. I will definitely be staying tuned and watching your content. Thanks, Mystic Beans. Appreciate that. Glad to have more people here. Hopefully you guys like the content. I do care about what you guys want to see, or if there's any topics you guys want to go over, or anything that you want me to discuss or deal with. So just go ahead and let it know. Put it in the chat. Let's see. Been a long time sub since 2014. That's Grizz. Him and I went to infantry OSET together. Actually went to the same duty station together. Also, like, wildly Second Amendment dude. So I know who you are, and glad to have you here. You want my 590A1? I know you've always said that, and my response is what? I can give you the build sheet. Right now, it'd be like impossible, but when times get better, and I think they will eventually, I'll just give you the build sheet, man. We'll get what we need, or you could just hang out and buy a Mossberg Retrograde. I'm not going to say they copied me from years ago when they came out with the Retrograde, but they pretty much kind of did. So you could always pick one of those bad Larrys up. Let's see. From Raging Tempest here. Wouldn't be surprised if the Democrats were screwed by the 2022 midterms. That's a weird one. And again, I think they might eke out a victory with Joe Biden soon, or tonight, couple days, whatever. But that does not mean they're in great shape. Let's put it that way. So the 2022 midterms, that's kind of a whole other ball of wax. And I think that's going to be a referendum on how successful or unsuccessful were the Democrats in fixing the problems they have. How much ground does the Republican Party cover in moving past the post-Trump era and taking all that really awesome stuff with a lot of increase in black voter turnout, Hispanic, Cuban American, South American, all of that, and just harnessing that. So the 2022 midterms, I think, are going to be kind of a waterline, a gauge in the water of how well or unsuccessful each party is being at, for the Democrats fixing their problems, and for the Republican Party just taking all this steam that they have and just keep moving on it and excel and just keep pushing on it. So I think that'll be an interesting watermark right there, just to kind of see how both sides are doing. Okay. Let's see. Miss Texas should be coming home soon. Actually, that's her right there. Let's see if there's anything else. I mean, you guys are on the money. Everything I wrote down is exactly what you guys were asking about, talking about. So I'm gonna bring her in real quick and stuff. Still gonna leave this running in the next couple of minutes, 5 minutes or less. If you guys want to ask any questions, gun-related questions, anything else, I'll just do a final wrap-up and go ahead and just kind of see what questions you guys have. Other than that, I'll be right back. Just be gone for a couple minutes, but any questions you guys have, just go ahead and send it, and I'll be back. Hey.
Hi.
What's up? Doing another live stream in here.
Ooh, live stream.
How's it?
It was huge.
Yep. awesome.
Apparently USAA says I have an overdue bill.
We're still live streaming right now, so yeah, but we can
My bad.
check on that. But yeah, it's
We can do that. You can get that through. I'm gonna go do yoga.
we can start soon. Turning and burning, doing that right now.
Yeah, I
Okay.
gotta like set up my life. See what it's
Yeah, no worries.
Christ on cracker.
All right. Good to see you, though.
Good to see you.
All right. You guys are good a little bit.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I fucking love you.
Love you too. Awesome. All right, everybody. I am back. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Told you it wasn't going to be too long. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. This is your free shot. Go ahead and ask any questions you guys might have about anything. So we have red dots on pistols for everyday carry. Thoughts, issues, or concerns. Let's see how much Copenhagen I have here. For those who are listening, I am back. Appreciate you guys being here tonight. So let's get that answered. Let me put my thinking cap on real quick. Like I said at the beginning of this live stream, nasty habit, still working it down from the Army, but here we go. Yeah, I'll bring it up now. Red dots on pistols. So, interesting thing is, with red dots on pistols, this idea actually goes back to the 70s and the 80s. Ever since Aimpoint really kind of came out and that type of product and capability was being developed, there was always someone who was trying to put it on a pistol. Every now and then, it's not common, but I'll see, and I've seen it throughout the years, I'll get this like old 1911 race gun. You could tell it's from the 70s or the 80s, where the 1911 market was not what it is today. So if somebody wanted a race gun, they would do a 1911 and then they would have it completely custom done by a gunsmith. And I would see a lot of big, like chonky, like big, huge Aimpoint or red dots on top of the 1911, and they would do it by mounting it to the frame, putting it over the slide, and doing it that way. So having a red dot optic of some kind, even back in those days, a little bit rudimentary, they were kind of getting it done. But in those days, it was more competition-minded. Moving into the late 90s, about 99, is when people actually started to move on this idea that, hey, maybe someday we could start looking at red dots on pistols as like an actual duty, defense, military viable kind of thing. Not just for competition here or there, but like maybe we can actually start looking at a red dot on the gun as something we might actually want to push for duty or defense, like as a no shit kind of serious thing. That didn't really show up till I remember it was like 2012. We had a Trigicon rep come out and saw us, showed us the kind of the experimental, the version of the RMR, would later become the RMR they had at the time. And he's like, hey, this could change things. This could be a big difference. Are you going?
Hello. Hi, guys.
Miss Texas, everybody.
Yeah.
Headed off to yoga.
Yep. Yoga.
There you
do
go.
Pilates with me again.
No.
Yeah.
That's a side
Come
tangent.
on. He should totally do Pilates.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good time. Be
I will.
safe. We'll do some dinner when you get back.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
Okay. Hi and goodbye. Bye. Okay. So anyway, long story short, red dots on pistols, not a new concept, kind of moving into defense and duty, moving into early 2000s, being looked at seriously. Where are we at today? We can get things like a Vortex Venom or a Holosun or the RMR Loophole Delta Point Pro. You can grab some water right there. Okay, bye. Okay, so here's my challenges. Let's cut to the chase. All right, that was a little bit of a walk down memory lane for those who didn't know the history of the red dots on a pistol. Modern day, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm on the fence because of this. Not to be like all boomer about this shit, but iron sights have got a lot of shit done over the years. So it's not that it's an ineffective way to get things done, but also countering my own argument on that, we look at something like an M4 carbine, whether it's the Marines or the Army, law enforcement, competition world. When we move past simply iron sights and we move into a red dot or an optic or some kind of additional aiming solution that's going to be better with both eyes open, or at least better in low or no light conditions, where teaching the front and rear sight pose, sight alignment, sight picture, all that versus fuck all that. Here's a red dot, make it happen. We increase hit probability and effectiveness. And I've seen that with the shooting I've done with red dots on pistols. I don't personally have one yet or own one yet, but I guess, kind of cutting to the chase on that as well. I do plan on getting, setting up at least one of my pistols, or probably just buying a pistol and setting it up with a red dot, because we have one rental that has a red dot. It's a Glock 17 with a Vortex Venom. Most of my coworkers have some kind of red dot on their carry gun that we carry every day in the shop. So I've shot a lot of their guns, other people's guns, or rental gun. I've shot a lot of red dots on pistols at this point. And I've noticed I can be faster and I can be more precise if I'm actually going to take my time. And, we call it like the 25-yard no-fail shot. We're coming from the holster. We're on the clock. And you're just holding it out with one hand and just push, 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 bam. And you're trying to get it all in a 6-inch black center. You can do that with a red dot much more successfully than most people can, even myself, can do with iron sights. So I do plan on personally putting in some money to get a gun set up with, or just get a new gun, probably a SIG 320 like we talked about in the handgun video. That range Chris and I just did. Doing a SIG 320, probably VTAC edition with some kind of Delta Point Pro or something on top. Maybe I'll buy a Holosun. I like to stick to American brands, but some serious heavy hitter guys who do a lot of red dots and a lot of courses, they're telling me the RMR, the Delta Point Pro, and the Holosuns are good to hook. So maybe get that as a form of a product review. I don't know. We'll see. But long story short, to answer your question, in the shooting I've done with red dots on a pistol, I can be a little bit faster and definitely more precise, especially at distance, than I could be with iron sights. And especially if you have someone who's older or someone who has vision issues and they have problems focusing on front and rear and target, and then all that shit, it's money. It's every advantage that you love about an aim point or a red dot on an AR-15 or M4. You're going to get that on the pistol, but it shows up in a different way, but it still is a very positive benefit. So the only concerns I have, battery life, it's getting better as this technology advances. More battery life for less size and weight, I think, is on the horizon. Another concern I have is, let's say you're a law enforcement officer, there's agencies and departments across the country now that are starting to authorize their officers to actually carry, as long as they can qual with it and it's from a set list of red dots, that they can actually put it on their service pistol. My concern would be you're doing a traffic stop, a suspect shoves you into the snow or the mud or onto the asphalt, and then I grab the gun and I'm just looking at a slide that's full of snow or mud. And if I had iron sights, I could just swipe the slide and I'm pretty good. But if I have a red dot and it's just caked with mud or snow, or I land on the asphalt on my gun, I shatter that thing. These are things I think about. If you're a private citizen concealed carrying with a red dot. As long as you put in the reps, that's one thing I would encourage. Definitely need to put some reps in, got to put some training in to get used to it, because when you first start shooting with a red dot on a pistol, you're going to put it out there and you're going to be like, oh, did it turn off? Is the battery dead? Where's the dot? And then ironically, you got to use the iron sights to find your way back to the dot. Be like, okay, there it is. But once you get past that initial speed bump, you start putting in some reps and time, it becomes fast. So I think we're moving into a point where I'm not opposed. Still a little bit of cautious for battery life, shattering the glass, snow and mud kind of stuff, but definitely not. I'm not the guy who's going to sit there and be like, oh, iron sights are all you need and everything else is fucked up. No, I mean, the Second Amendment has gotten better with time and technology. Red dots, IR designators, night vision, optics, bipods, free floated rail, M-LOK, 1913 mil standard. Like, all these things are good things. We shouldn't just throw it away because it's new. We should be willing to look into things that make us better. With the cautionary note that if you fucking suck and you don't have your fundamentals down, which is the most important thing that I teach, your fundamentals suck, you suck, and you're thinking you're going to get better by spending more money buying a cool guide, Loophole, Delta Point Pro, awesome red dot. But if we suck, there's no money and equipment we can spend or buy to help us not suck. We need to suck less and train more. So that's the little caveat. Don't buy a red dot thinking, oh man, I suck with pistols and this is the answer to my prayers and everything's going to be awesome. Like, if you suck, you're still going to fucking suck. But if you're good and you're willing to continue to be good, put the reps in and work with it, I think it has a lot of potential to be something really good for you. So that's how I feel, at least right now, about red dots on pistols, especially ones we're talking about everyday carry, defense, duty, things like that. Let's keep rolling on these comments here. From Raging Tempest, really just worried about Biden making the USA look weak on a world stage. I'm also worried about China. I know the U.S. military is second to none, but still. Okay, those are some interesting thoughts. Gonna full disclosure, I am not General Mattis, a man I respect a lot. I am not General Dempsey. I'm not on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm not in those meetings. I'm a civilian now, and when I was a non-commissioned officer, not a commissioned officer, let alone a general officer. And so I am not like the foreign diplomacy, national security, Department of Defense kind of guy, but I do have some thoughts that may be relatively sort of on target. He's concerned about Biden making the USA look weak on a world stage. I think there's definitely going to be potential that's going to be the case. And actually, it's less for me right now on this topic. It's less about Biden if, again, he wins. But let's assume he does. It's less about him. And for me, the question becomes, who is his Secretary of State going to be? Who is his, Secretary of Defense? What kind of vice president is Kamala Harris going to be? How involved is she going to be? And what kind of pushes is she going to make behind the scenes? So I'm not totally worried about that as much in terms of Biden as I am. Let's focus on the people, at least that I assume are probably going to be calling most of the shots and pulling most of the levers. So I guess time is going to tell. We're definitely going to see. One thing I can say, and for friends and family, civilians back home that do not understand, they'd look at me like I had three eyes or something. They looked at me when I would say this, all strange. One thing, at least in Afghanistan and Iraq, especially Afghanistan, that part of the world, the capacity for chaos, projected strength and will, that is not insignificant. So some people are like, oh man, like with Trump, being president. He's got the nuclear codes with the nuclear football. And, when the North Korea stuff was going on, when Kim Jong was getting all crazy with the missiles on the Sea of Japan and building up all that shit. And there's at one time it got bad enough where President Trump was like, we're going to unleash fire and fury like the world has never seen. People stateside, especially civilians, would look at that and they're like, oh man, he's crazy. Like, holy shit, he's going to launch nuclear weapons and he's going to get us in World War III on the Korean Peninsula. And I was like, okay, I see what you're saying, but you have to understand our enemies look at it differently than you, where it's like, holy shit, this is no Bill Clinton. This is not even a George Bush, and especially not an Obama. We're dealing with a dude that even his own people are expressing these concerns. And quite frankly, we have guys working on this all the time, and we can't even figure out what he's going to do next. So maybe we should be a little cautious as to what we're doing, because we can't guarantee, if you're in North Korea or China, and you hear the American President Trump saying we're going to unleash fire and fury like you've never seen, you're not going to discount that. You're not going to just write that off as some kind of whatever comment. You're going to take that seriously, and you're going to make a couple recalculations as to how you want to proceed, because even you don't know what the hell is going on or really what he's going to do. And especially at that time, General Mattis was our Secretary of Defense. So holy shit, talk about just absolutely ruthless when he needs to be. So what some civilians here may think was or is a detractor from President Trump this whole time, and possibly the next 4 years or not, depending on the results, I see that as a pretty solid advantage to have kind of that wild card, especially from adversaries who are trying to absolutely take control, take over, expand their sphere of influence, and get us out of there. They're not going to take that lightly. So are we going to see that from a Biden administration if he wins? Definitely not, like we've seen it with Trump. So on that point, we might appear weaker. Could potentially be the case. Also worried about China, and this is why I don't like to buy, if I can help it, products made from China. Going back to the red dots on pistols thing, when I was saying, it would be interesting to acquire a Holosun red dot and do it as product testing. But even then, I don't want to do it, because anything I buy from Holosun or companies like that, I'm just putting dollars in their pocket to further enhance their research and development for their own optics, their own night vision for their military. And I know that these optics are not being put together, I guess, from OSHA or American standpoint, not in an ethical way. We know, like, look at your iPhone if you have one. We know this stuff is being made in sweatshops by kids. We know they're making like 13 cents an hour and they're working like 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. We know this shit is not okay. In the cases of if I'm buying optics and things that are Chinese made, which I don't, I'm just giving them money to put into their own research and development to bolster up their capabilities of their military and their country. And I'm not trying to be about that. So in terms of China, I do see them as a global and diplomatic challenge, a global threat, definitely strategic threat in the South Pacific. They, especially moving in bed with the Philippines and everything, trying to work through the islands, make their own islands, have missiles and projection. In some ways, this might make you feel like the Cuban Missile Crisis of staging missiles that we had some staged in Turkey. The USSR was interested in putting them in Cuba. These are things I worry about well above my pay grade, but these are things on my radar, and I do not look at. I'm not talking about the Chinese people. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about the regime. I'm talking about their president, essentially dictator. I'm talking about the communist regime that runs China. I see that as a threat. At least I don't want that to increase or become more of a burden. And I think under a Biden administration, maybe they'll take more islands, build more islands in the Pacific, try to expand their sphere of influence, everything like that. It's time will tell, but I don't think those concerns are misplaced or just fabricated. Let's put it that way. The U.S. military, I do think we have the most powerful military on planet Earth. Some people can argue that's not good. Some people can argue that's good. I'm just here to tell you that in a conventional fight against a coalition of nations, and in fact, every nation on Earth, with all of the military, aircraft, ships, troops, somehow if every country, including Canada, Mexico, the UK, all of our current NATO allied partners, and people like China, if everybody on planet Earth tried to invade or fight the United States, they would still lose. Believe that 100%. Conventional fighting, nobody does it like our military does, let me tell you. There's going to be some challenges if we had some kind of land war in Russia. They have really competent artillery batteries. They have really competent cyber warfare stuff. And I think that's kind of a new front of future warfare or modern warfare. I think it's going to be less about the airborne infantry and battleships, which we don't even use anymore, and artillery and stuff. I think a huge component of it is cyber, which is one thing I was saying last night. I think Russia, China, they may not necessarily really care who wins. They just want it to appear illegitimate. They want Americans to be deconflicted. They want us to fight each other. If Biden wins or if Trump wins, they've been putting a lot of work in on social media sites. You don't think you're taking part in this cyber warfare, this new front of combat or conflict between countries, but you are every time you get on social media. And I know some people might think that Alex Jones tinfoil hat territory here. I'm just telling you, they have entire battalions, brigades worth of cyber warfare. They have civilians, government employees working on this, from Twitter to Facebook to you name it. They're just blasting all kinds of shit all the time leading up to our election. So that's not me saying there's some, KGB or Russian spy working at your local polling station. That's not the interference that they do. That's not how that works. Their interference is online. And if they can destabilize and deconflict and make us against each other, and whoever is going to win this thing cause enough chaos leading up to this thing that now, one side or neither side is happy or sees the results as legitimate, they've done their job. I don't think they particularly care necessarily who wins as much as they just want it to look like a joke and sow discord. So unfortunately, I think they're going to have some success with that, and we'll see. But let's keep moving on these. Let's see. What do I think? Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything there. What do I think about Antifa? I heard they were trying to instigate violence to destabilize the USA. So a couple interesting things. We have had a resurgence of people on the left, especially the very progressive, you could say militant left, which Antifa would definitely fall in that classification, that suddenly have discovered their Second Amendment. But the problem is they still are so woefully behind the power curve in terms of weapons and equipment, knowledge, skills, training. Not going to see a lot of combat veterans in Antifa. Not going to see a lot of former police or people who have professional law enforcement or military backgrounds in the use of firearms, especially in lethal encounters or gunfights, or actually working and flexing on a gunfight, and how does this actually work? How does it feel like? What are we doing here? They don't have really any of that. So what's disturbing is seeing them trying to front load that by seeking guns and ammo and training. One thing that is a really good thing is some of the circles that I'm in when it comes to firearms instruction and other firearms instructors, guys from, Hackathorn to Larry Vickers to, Darcy, to just all the big stuff, Gun Sight, Thunder Ranch, Front Sight, all the commercial stuff like Front Sight and everything, to the more cool guy stuff, to the heavy hitters in the industry who professionally instruct and train. A lot of these courses are already law enforcement or military to begin with. Or you can be, a civilian, but you need to pass these other courses first before you go to my course. But instructors will do the same background check that's done when, let's see, the same background check that is done when you purchase a firearm. They're already doing this when they're looking at, okay, this student wants to sign up for my advanced carbine course 3 months from now. So I'm going to research their name, their information. We're going to do a background check. And then what they're also doing is social media checks, where it's like, hey, the background check, maybe they've never been caught or arrested for anything. They can pass the background check to buy a gun. But in these times, I'm taking it a step further, and I'm going to look at their social media, try to find them on Facebook or Instagram or anything else, and see what they're really about. So just know that there are a bunch of instructors nationwide, from the guy who teaches hunter safety and concealed carry at your local range to the heavy hitter schools and personalities and instructors in the business. There's a lot of people on this side of the coin that, we're not just running their background check and doing our due diligence like we normally do anyway, but we're also looking at other stuff to ensure, this person is who they say they are. And if we find them on social media, yep, that's the person. Here's their photo ID. That's the guy. And we see them doing all kinds of crazy Antifa shit. They're not going to be enrolled in the course. So just know, I think a lot of people don't know that, even in the Second Amendment community, that all these training courses, the heavy hitters, the local range guys, there's, in times like these and what we've had leading up to the election, everything else, this is kind of going on behind the scenes. But if you're an instructor, or you're a place like, Thunder Ranch or Darcy or something, you're going to want to know who you're training, because if that's like the next Timothy McVeigh and they go do something horrible, oh, you better believe the FBI, someone's coming to your door like, hey, this guy was trained by you. What the fuck is going on here? So just know there's kind of that going on behind the scenes within the industry in the firearms instruction circuit. So Antifa, I find it ironic that they're supposed to be the anti-fascists, yet a lot of their urban destabilization efforts, this is coin operations, a lot of the stuff the Taliban would do. They're doing things that I guess you could definitely make a case. These are kind of fascist looking things that they're doing, burning literature and books in the street, causing enough violence, or at least a concern of violence, to shut down some kind of speech or gathering or book signing or something from someone they don't like. And they just want to create enough of a security risk that the whole thing has to get canceled. Destabilization operations, historically fascist things too, especially burning books. Kind of ironic to me that that's allegedly what they're about, but really they're kind of embodying the thing they say they're against. I don't see them as 100% a complete joke, and I don't see them as 100% capable and incredible. And we need to actually worry. Somewhere in between. And of course, you don't necessarily have some kind of central authority or something. It's not like, let's say, the NRA, where there's an actual president of it. There's an actual, some kind of network leadership there's a direction, there's a task and purpose that you can see, you can research, you can look at it. When you have local chapters of it, you got weird characters kind of showing up. It's kind of an unknown quantity. So it's not zero on my list of concerns. It's not maxed out to the roof 100%. It's just kind of context dependent. But I definitely don't see them as capable, at least in some kind of firefight or organized violence, as much as I see their destabilization operations to be more concerning to me. But kind of summing that up on Antifa, I guess. Hopefully I answered that the best I could. Let's see. Holosun pistol dot has a solar panel, circle dot, and regular dot all in one. Yeah. So the Holosuns, that's kind of their claim to fame. 6 hours doing that on theirs as well. A couple other manufacturers, but Holosun kind of showed up first, using the solar panels to extend the battery life of the optic itself. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. Yeah, I fished for the dot when I first shot with the Holosun. Yep. Okay, let's see. Raging Tempest, I'm glad to see your stream. Keep hearing from some that the end of the republic is near and socialists and communists are taking over and stuff like that. Yeah, I tend to disagree. I mean, then again, like I said, I'm the guy who wakes up and it's so fucking awesome that I have clean drinking water, running electricity, emergency services, the civil and legal courts, the police, the fire, paramedics, that I don't have to kill anybody and nobody is actively trying to kill me. There's not some band of shitheads roving around the area, just cutting off heads and forcing people into their army. Lots of good things. So that's where I start every day, moving into ideas that the communists, the socialist things taking over. I think I disagree, at least in our country. Again, pretty positive energy, at least from me, about the Senate and the Supreme Court. So a lot of good things to hold on to. I think, again, going back to if Joe Biden wins, being at 270, I think that's where he's going to sit, or just barely made it. Not a good sign. It's kind of, at least to me, especially with the enhanced black voters for Trump, Hispanic, Cuban Americans, South Americans, and these kinds of voting blocks, and what we saw happen. Biden, if he's going to win, it's going to be barely eking out a victory. These are kind of, for me, it looks like writing on the wall that the super lefty, super progressive kind of woke movement or ideas is really not playing well for them. And maybe you can go back in the weeds on Bernie Sanders pushing the actual Democratic Party to the left more than Hillary wanted to go. And it's such a weird shift, because in the context of even recent history, if you had Bill Clinton from the 90s when he's running for the first time, if you copy and paste into the 2020 election and the campaign, Bill Clinton would not be a Democrat. The dude would be running as a Republican. What the Democrats, where they sit now, they are so far left of anything that even, President Clinton was doing, which is recent. So I think the results, even if Biden does win and he barely ekes out an electoral victory, and seeing the voting patterns that we have seen and seeing the states like Florida holding really strong, to me, that's kind of an indicator that this whole progressive thing, people are starting to reject it. It's just a couple bridges too far, even for the left voting base. And I happen to believe that if COVID-19 was not a thing and it didn't happen, the economy would still be doing outstanding. Employment would still be where it was. Joe Biden would be not doing as much, in a non-COVID environment in this campaign. If that was a thing, he wouldn't be worried about social distancing or catching the coronavirus. He'd be more just with the energy and the steam and everything, plus trying to limit how much he actually has to speak. So, people don't actually get to see the gaffes and everything that he did. If it wasn't for coronavirus, I'm Joe Biden would not have stood a candle. That's what I think. People would have seen more about him, and it just would have been not that great. So that's personal opinion. Let's see. It's been a pleasure, everyone. Work, don't stop, because the world is going to shit. Essential as fuck. It sounds like you've had a lot of drinks, maybe. I don't see the world as going to shit. Let's see. Havoc10 says, fuck Trump. And then the next comment, he says, fuck Biden too. Hey, I mean, if you're uncomfortable voting for Biden or Trump, that is your right, man. And it's not my place to tell you how to vote. It's not my place to try to make you feel like you should be okay with one or the other. I think both candidates definitely have things you can point to that would cause concern, or at least arguments you could make as to why it's not a good thing. So, that's First Amendment activity. Good to go. How do you see things looking forward in the United States? Do you have any optimistic view, short-term, long-term? Well, optimistically, like I've talked about, I'm not going to rehash it, just a summary, with the composition of who was voting and how they were voting and how these states are looking. And the fact that if Joe Biden wins, it's going to be just barely making it. Literally, at least I'm still predicting, playing the numbers game earlier today, at 270. He might just win at exactly 270. Not looking good for them. And I think something's got to change. I think there's a lot of potential here for looking at the Senate, especially. There's a lot of potential for a lot of positive movement with the Republican Party post-Trump. They can kind of take what that energy and a lot of the good. And that's the thing. Like, if you are a conservative dude, the things that Trump says and the persona, or, kind of hot dogging it and making comments at rallies, energy of the room stuff, Twitter and stuff, you look at those antics, you have every right to not be happy about that shit. If you look at his policy, where the rubber meets the road, what has actually gone down? How has he actually been as a president? What policies has he done? What was going on with the economy before COVID? You as a conservative, you should be pretty happy, especially 3 very conservative justices on the Supreme Court in one term. There's a lot of good stuff to look forward to there. The election, having the Senate and a very staunch Supreme Court. A lot of positive energy there, and I'm looking forward to 2024. If I was working for the Democrats or on their team, I would say, hey guys, we need to fix our problems. We barely got it with Biden. We need to even get the Senate. The Supreme Court we don't have that either. We need to fix a lot of shit before we move into 2024, or at least the 2022 midterms. I don't think the Democrats are capable of riding their own ship, and maybe they're barely going to squeak out on Biden. That's not what success looks like. So I think they need to do a lot of work. I don't think they're capable of doing all that work they need to do to fix themselves. A lot of really positive energy we've seen from the numbers and who's voting and how on 2020, that I think the GOP can definitely take that and move on it. And I think there's a pretty good chance they will. So a lot of positive energy there. Ever vigilant about the Second Amendment, but definitely not as concerned at all as I thought I was going to be, considering the Senate and the Supreme Court. So lots of positive vibes, a lot of good things moving forward that I think we need to take inventory of, or at least acknowledge. Let's see. Do you think that we'll ever be able to repeal the NFA? Previous to Amy Coney Barrett, I probably would have said, I don't know if I'm going to see it in my lifetime. The way things are now, I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no in terms of would, at least in my lifetime, would I ever see the 1934 NFA get repealed? I I think what's probably most likely is a combination of two things, where it's still the letter of the law and it's still the law of the land. It's still on the books. But thing number one, I think you're going to have individuals, we the people. I mean, we already have millions of pistol braces out there now. We have companies that are always trying to stay within the letter of the law, but completely work around the spirit of the law and still be good to go legally on a product like the brace that totally just negates SBRs, SBSs, AKs, that are pistols when they would have normally had to be SBRs previous to all this. So I think thing number one, the people and the firearms manufacturers, the brace designers, people like that, between them designing workaround products and we the people just saying, you know what, I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm doing it. And then secondly, a lack of enforcement. Like we saw, let's go back to the Obama administration. Eric Holder was in charge of the DOJ. He was the attorney general. And that's where it's like, well, we're not going to change the law and deregulate marijuana. We're just going to kind of look the other way. And the states are just going to kind of do what the states are going to do. Maybe a similar kind of thing could happen to the 1934 NFA, where it still is on the books. Repealing it would be a giant monster, but you have individuals who are just kind of riding dirty and nobody cares with products that are still legal. They just completely fly in the face of the spirit of the NFA. Maybe you have states like Montana or Wyoming or Utah, or states that most of your law enforcement officers are pretty heavy duty gun guys and hunters and stuff. So their interest in trying to enforce federal law that everyone just doesn't give a shit about anyway goes away. So lack of enforcement. Maybe you can go like full-blown Texas, like they did, going back to the Sandy Hook assault weapons ban that was being proposed, that they just said, we will not enforce it if a federal ban passes, and we're going to take it. We're going to crank up the volume a couple notches here. Not only that, but if we trying to enforce this in our state, we're going to arrest them. So I think that's probably realistically the best hopes I could have for the NFA, that it just gets to the point that non-compliance and workarounds and lack of enforcement become just kind of the standard, that nobody really gives a shit at that point. And then eventually maybe it'll legally get dealt with. But until then, I think that's probably the most realistic best hope I could have for the NFA, if that makes any sense. Okay, let's see. That's why I take you seriously, because you're consistent. Thanks, Havoc. Appreciate it. Yeah, I am not here to vote shame, I guess is what they call it, or bash, anyone for voting Biden or Trump, or, writing in Harambe the gorilla, whatever. You have the right to vote. It is your ballot. It is your vote. And if you cannot consciously vote for a certain person, or you're all in and you're very excited about the person you're writing in or want to vote for, like, hey man, that's your vote. My enemy was ISIS and the Taliban, Haqqani network. My enemy is not here. My enemy is overseas. My enemy is not you. My enemy is not my fellow Americans, my neighbors, we the people, friends and family I know, or you guys, people who are voting in ways I did not vote. You're not my enemy. Like, we're one big American family. We got to make this shit work. Okay. So, yeah, I like to just call it like I see it, but I'm not here to make you feel like shit for voting a certain way. That's not my place, because it's your vote. So the fact, if you're casting an educated, conscientious vote and you're voting, that's the best I can ask, man. You did it. So can't complain with that. See, Aiden's back, says, I believe Trump will win. We got Michael Hoke again. The issue with the DNC is they don't want the things the majority of younger liberal voters want. Pretty accurate statement. I was trying to go this whole time without bringing up super delegates. That's the DNC, the Democrats have in the primaries when they're selecting, of course, who the nominee is going to be for the eventual presidential election. The Democrats have what they call super delegates, which the voters, Republicans will vote in the Republican primaries for their state, and then the Democrats will do the same for the Democrat primary in their state. But the difference is the Democratic Party, the DNC, has super delegates. So we can look back at Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, where a lot of the younger, more progressive voters and a couple of my super best friends are serious Bernie fans. We just agree to disagree, but they wanted it so bad. And I saw younger voters actually going out there pushing to get Bernie as the nominee. And you can argue it was Hillary Clinton totally in bed with the DNC, kind of controlling it. That Hillary Clinton was the anointed choice. Bernie Sanders was this very progressive, not really a true blue Democrat, always been an independent. He's just running as a Democrat to kind of hop onto their platform. I think Hillary and the DNC at that time looked at him as kind of an annoyance that I have to appear this much more left and progressive because of this guy, and he's not even one of us. He hasn't paid his dues and towed the line with us all these years. He's just hopping on the bandwagon trying to get the nomination. So the voters in different states were like, okay, we want Bernie. So the younger votes were going that way. And then they just pushed the easy button, like, boop, super delegates, surprise, it's Hillary. We don't care. And after that point, I was like, how would anyone who wanted Bernie or is a Democrat, why would you even vote in the primaries? Because you're going to vote the way you want to vote. And the DNC with the super delegates is just going to push the easy button and say, that's really cute that you voted. Thanks for playing. But we don't like what you voted for. So we're just going to unload all of these super delegates and go with the anointed choice that we want to have. So thanks for playing. We'll see you when we need you, for the actual election. But just you can go ahead and sit down. You may go now. If that's how my political party treated me, I'd be like, why am I inclined to come back? We're younger voters. We're excited about this Bernie guy. We're trying to make it happen. We've got the numbers, and then you just unleash the super delegates and just screw us over. That's something I'll never be able to understand. Democratic Party does not want to go super progressive, super lefty. And that's just kind of how it is. Like I said earlier, and like I've been saying tonight, I think the Democrats and the DNC, if Biden wins, he's going to win just barely or exactly at 270. Looking at the composition of who voted and who voted for who, looking at these states and the numbers we have seen that we know of for sure, they have a lot of work to do. They got a lot of stuff they got to fix. And connecting, as Hoke is saying here, with the younger voter base, that are more liberal versus the DNC not really listening at all, or in the case of the 2016 election or the primaries, just straight up telling you, like, we don't give a shit, Hillary's the choice. I think they have a lot of work to do. And if they manage to get Biden in this time, they're not in a healthy position. Let's put it that way. And like I said, I don't think the Democrats are capable of fixing it before the midterms of 2024, which, unfortunately, if you are on the left side of the house, a younger, more liberal, progressive voter, and you want the DNC to listen to you, start initiating some changes, making things happen, I got to tell you, I don't think they're going to care. They didn't care last time. They didn't care this time. I don't think they're going to care for the next one either. But, I could be wrong. I don't know. Let's see. The squad will push the Democrats farther towards communism. I could see the argument. I actually have to disagree a little bit because the squad, let's look at AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez up in New York, super lefty, super blue region or district, that she was able to come into that and then retain her seat, as we know tonight. you have little tiny AOC examples here and there, but I don't. I mean, so what I'm trying to say, look at the Green New Deal. That AOC dropped off the Green New Deal. It's going to be wonderful. I feel really good about this. Let's totally destroy the lifeblood of the U.S. economy overnight. It's going to be awesome. Even the Democratic Party, even the DNC, everyone was like, nah, dude. Some people did jump on. Even people like Bernie Sanders had some concerns about it. So I think in the microcosm of where the squad or people like AOC actually can be elected, her people are cheering her on, everything. But in terms of the national government and the House, and especially the Senate, your Willy Wonka fairyland ideas are going to be awesome, and you're a little tiny piece of turf that elected you. But when you're trying to take these rather pedestrian ideas to the national government, when you're playing with the big leagues now, I don't think that's going to work out. So that's kind of how I feel about that. I think it's the squad and people like them, little tiny isolated incidents where they can get away with the fairy tale, good idea fairy stuff. But when they actually try to take that to the national government, that shit has no play. It's just like the Green New Deal. It's like, hey, this is cool. Thanks for playing. Sit down. Let the big kids talk. Thank you. That's kind of the reception we've seen from the squad in a lot of different ways. I don't see that changing, at least as a matter of policy and votes. People may be excited about their ideas and things here and there. You might see it in your timeline or people sharing it. But when it comes to a matter of policy and getting the votes needed to make those, fairy tale ideas actually happen, I don't see it. I just don't. Not that I'm not concerned about it. I just don't see it. Let's see. The Democrats are done. It's a fact. They need a complete overhaul, as do the Republicans. No more money in politics. The donors are the ones who actually run this country, and it's sad. A lot to unpack there. Definitely, especially the Bernie bros would be shouting to talk about Citizens United. A lot of money in government. Sometimes you have to ask, knowing, as federal employees and as our servants that we elect and send them there to represent us, we get to see their salary, we get to see their pay. And how is it that they're making what they make on paper, but then they're millionaires and they have multiple mansions, everything like that? That's working out some deals. A little bit of lobbyism going on. An unfortunate reality too is if you want to get elected, you need money. Because you need to run campaigns. You need to get the word out. You need for people to know who you are. You need to travel, to do rallies, to do speeches, to do things. That doesn't happen for free. You got to pay for all the travel, the security element, pay for stickers and pamphlets and everything, you name it. So you'll have corporations that are interested in, maybe I'm a candy manufacturer. I make just all the candy in the world. I make all this candy. And I see a bill coming down saying, hey, we need to legally restrict how much sugar is in candy or how much candy is allowed to be sold. We need, it's making our kids obese, like blending Michelle Obama with Mike Bloomberg, and doing the soda ban and everything, nanny state garbage. But if I'm making candy, and I see a bill on the horizon, there's getting some steam to reduce, limit, or make my product illegal, or that's going to hurt my margins, I'm going to send down some lobbyists to the Beltway and be like, hey, I need you to talk to these senators, these people, and tell them they got to shut this thing down. And maybe, I know Senator Smith, his reelection is coming up next year, and he needs money for his campaign. Well, maybe if he, maybe if he fights against this anti-candy bill, then he's going to get some money for his reelection next year. Wouldn't that be nice? So definitely not under any preconceived notions or assumptions that is not happening. There's a lot of back scratching involved. in some ways, I feel like it's the nature of the beast in any political system that any human beings have ever crafted. In other ways, I think it's disgusting. It's gross. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to ignore that it exists. I'm also not going to pretend that we can have some kind of utopia where shit like that is not going to happen. Human nature speaks to the contrary, is what I would say. But yes, the Democratic Party, the DNC, if they win with Biden, I don't want to call it a shallow victory. I just want to say, I would not celebrate very hard because the numbers we're seeing and Biden, if he wins, scraping by with such a small margin, or exactly 270 electoral votes. I mean, that's like the check engine light going off on your car. You might want to pay attention to it because maybe the car is still kind of rolling and you're still driving it right now, but you need to address something or else you're going to have some catastrophic problems, is kind of the best analogy I can provide for what I see right now for the Democrats. Corporations should never hold that much power. Again, Citizens United, I don't think I'm going to get into that here. It's almost deserving of its own almanac. Miller was reviewed in Heller. It would be interesting to see NFA go bye-bye. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think that the 1934 NFA is absolute trash, and I've spoken on that. Do you think Biden will die in office? I'm not going to say yes or no, but I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. But what I have to say is he's pretty old, man. And like I was saying earlier, we've all known, I think most of us have probably known or lived with or taken care of an older relative or grandparents. We all have a personal story of, a grandma or grandpa that we lost, or is currently struggling through these things that we're seeing. You've seen it. A lot of us have seen this. We've seen signs of mental decay or dementia, or things start to kind of show up, and it sucks personally because we remember them growing up as our grandma or grandpa. They were with it. They were sharp. They were strong. That was awesome. But then we see, fast forward decades later, as adults, you see a perceivable difference, and maybe you are, a caretaker for them, and you're seeing this personally, and you kind of know things are, we're getting close here. We don't know when, but we're kind of looking like we're coming up on it. And that's kind of how I feel about Joe Biden, where, he's in his 70s. He's pretty old. I mean, the amount of stress that is placed on you. I mean, look at George W. Bush from when he first got elected to when he finished in 2008. Barack Obama, look at him as well. When you look at U.S. presidents from start to finish, especially after they did 8 years, they are physically aged. That job just puts all kinds of stress on the body, emotional, mental, and physical stress, having to fly and drive and just go all over the place, do speeches, go meet these people. Let's go to Germany and meet their chancellor. Let's do this. Hey, here's your schedule today, Mr. President. And do I think Biden might pass away in office? I think there's a potential. It could always happen. I mean, once you reach 70 years old and beyond, I kind of feel like if you're lucky enough to have made it that far, all bets are off, man. There's no telling. So I don't know. If Biden were to actually do full 8 years, 2 terms in office, which I don't think he would win a re-election, but I just don't see that being within the realm of probability. Let's put it that way. The dude's old. We're starting to see some issues, man. You guys be the judge. But that's how I feel about that. Let's see. This review. Look at the DNC platform and the CP, the Communist Party USA platform. You will find they want the same thing. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but it's freakishly similar. And especially, I can say probably now more than ever, the Democrats have been moved over so far left. And at least in the defense of what I heard from traditional Democrats I know, is they were never a fan with Bernie. They didn't like how Hillary had to go or pretend to be more left than she was. They don't like seeing the more lefty kind of stuff. I mean, going back to even early age Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter era, definitely John F. Kennedy era, the Democratic Party is traditional Democrat voters are not what you have today. Let's put it that way, from at least the platform. And there's a lot of Democrats who are like old school Democrats, usually older, that have been with the party since before Jimmy Carter. They don't even know what's happened to their Democrat Party. They don't know because they're kind of left in the dust. So when you have Bill Clinton in the 1990s, if we were to magically put him into the 2020 election, he would be the prime Republican choice almost at that point compared to Biden and what the Democrat official platform is. So it's tough to predict it or kind of see where we're going with that, but I'm not going to say it's exactly the same, but yeah, probably the official DNC platform now has looked as close as it can get to the Communist Party USA, probably now more than it ever has been. I think that's a fair argument, or that's a fair statement to make, and I'd be interested to see if anybody could challenge it because I don't think you can. Let's keep moving here. We share a common enemy. 11 Charlie, 10th Mountain, 187, OEF 1. Oh, damn, dude, you're old school. So we got a Mortarman from Enduring 1. So that's like right at Anaconda, just past it. Early 2000s, probably. 187 is that 2nd Brigade. You're probably in the headquarters platoon, which sucks because depending on how a company commander or first sergeant or the platoon sergeants want to use the chucks. We just had 60s, but sometimes depending on leadership, those guys are getting hosed or underutilized or utilized, but just for retired stuff like tower guard and shit. So hopefully you didn't get that treatment. That would suck. Let's see. PC and military. Political correctness in the military will only become unbearable in the Army under Biden. Do you suggest I consider leaving? Currently at West Point. Oh, man. So I have some kind of context here. I was active duty Army, enlisted, became an NCO from late 2014 to late 2019, 5 years active. But before that, I got a degree, went to school at Virginia Military Institute. So I have a way of contextualizing the academy kind of lifestyle. Got to tell you right now, I've only met one West Point officer that I served with or under that was fucking outstanding, and the rest were just hot trash. Maybe that's a sample size of 7, which is not a lot compared to how much the military academy or West Point graduates. But if you're in at West Point, that means you have a congressional nomination. That means essentially your bachelor's degree is fully paid for. You're getting some of the finest, at least funding for training, that any ROTC anywhere would get in the country. And when you graduate, not only are you not in any student debt, unless you take out a USA Career Starter loan, which I would not do that. So a lot of people do that just to buy a Mustang and then wreck it. But you are at West Point. You got there from a nomination. Everything is paid for. You're getting some of the best officer corps training we can provide outside of combat or experienced NCOs kicking your fucking ass. You're going to graduate with no student debt, and you have a career, at least job security for the next 5 years at least, with a salary, healthcare, everything taken care of, especially if you got a wife and you're going to start looking at kids on the way. Pretty good setup. So I think people should pursue their happiness and do what drives them and live a life of purpose and have a purpose, and pursue those things, even if it may not make sense to our friends or family, but it's what we want to do. We know it's the right thing. We've thought a lot about it, and this is just what drives you. You know, but also at the same time factoring in real world adult responsibilities, not insignificant of the kind of setup that you have going to West Point or a service academy. I would say if you want to serve in the military, then don't let the presidential election stop you. I went to Afghanistan under Obama. I went to Iraq under Trump. Very different levels of the Obama administration with the rules of engagement and everything. It was very touchy-feely. Oh, let's not be risky. Oh, this is scary. And then when I went to Iraq doing the ISIS fight under the Trump and General Mattis situation, it was like, we are going to fucking kill everyone that is ISIS. We are going to smash it. We're going to destroy it. We're going to win. And we actually had the equipment, the rules of engagement, and the tools needed to actually fucking win. And we did. So what I'll tell you is presidents will come and go. But your decision to serve your country, and especially already having that kind of setup at West Point, looking at potential future spouse with kids, doing what you want to do, serving your country, doing that for your wife and kids and for yourself. Presidents come and go, man. If you're going to be a career West Pointer, at least 20 years in the tank. How many presidents or administrations are you going to deal with over 20 years? So I would not be as concerned about Biden or whoever wins tonight or today or whenever. I'd worry more about you and what your goals are and what kind of life you want to live. Because presidents are going to come and go, and it's not the end of the world. We have to keep pursuing our own happiness and living a life of purpose. So that's on you. Hopefully that helps. So let's keep rolling here. I really enjoy the patriotism of this channel. What makes you love America the way you do? My friend was really worried about the election, and I told him I always love and have faith in USA. I think first and foremost, to me, a true patriotic American is someone who's not compelled to do it by force. If you, like Miss Texas and I, we have an American flag, a Texas flag outside our house. Everywhere you go, there's American flags here and there on businesses and houses and stuff. The government didn't tell them to do that. No one told us by law or made us wave that flag or hang the colors outside our house. This is what we do because we choose to, because we're proud of this country. And like I said earlier, I think we have a country that was created here, unlike the founding and concept of any country before or since what we have. We truly have, and especially if you go overseas in a conflict zone, or even if you go to India on vacation or some other place of the world where things are not so great in different ways, and you come back to America, you really start to understand we have essentially Disneyland here. You look at our Constitution, the men who wrote it, how we got founded, the ideas that we believe in as a country, our Declaration. We are unique. We have something no one else has. We are the envy of the world in terms of people always trying to come here, add to who we are, and help enhance and make us better and stronger together. And I do believe America, this is the best last hope on earth. It's an outstanding nation. It's the best on this planet. And I do not apologize for it. I do not care who is sad or thinks I'm being an arrogant exceptionalist, white male, whatever. I'm just here to tell you that all facts considered, we have quite a lot to be proud of. We also have dark moments in our history. We have some really awful shit that as a country that we did at certain times. We still need to right the ship on other ways. Again, you know, we inherited this country. We inherited our history. We didn't get to choose if it was good or bad. We just happened to get this country. It is the best. We have, you know, again, atrocities or bad things in our past. We're not in the business of running away from it. We need to own that, accept it, study it, and use it to propel us forward to make that challenge of making a more perfect union. That was not a request. That was a duty. That was a task. So very proud of what we have. Love this country. And as a side note, you don't have to. Real patriotism is loving your country It's not necessarily loving your government or who particularly happens to be at the head of it at any given moment. It's love of country. It's not love of a party. It's not love of Trump or Biden, or it's not love of the U.S. government. It's love of our country and the capacity that we have here. So if I would challenge everybody, if you want to see some of the most awesome perspectives about our country, talk to people who are not Americans. Talk to people who immigrated, just came here. They got a green card. They got a job. They're going to school. They're doing everything good. They're paying their taxes. They're trying to be a naturalized citizen. They came here by choice. They want to become an American by choice. Those are the kinds of people you want to talk to if you really want to understand what we have, because we just grew up with it thinking this is normal. I'm here to tell you that it is fucking not. And when you talk to people like that, or go overseas, or visit places yourself and come back, you're going to see, I hope someday everybody could see what I see. So I guess that's the best way I can sum that up. Let's see. DNC is a problem. I think Havoc said it. You need to get the money out of politics and let actual votes start counting in primaries. Definitely got to agree. I already went down that rabbit hole on how the Democrats utilized their super delegates, and at least in 2016, in the primaries leading up to that election, it was just gross, absolutely gross. Hopefully that can change. Money, I think, is only one component to the problem. That's a pretty nuanced issue that has a lot of moving pieces to it. Hell, if the DNC pushed a ticket similar to Bernie's, even a little more like his, I think we'd know who won this race already. Yeah, I'm going to say potentially. One thing that just kind of jogged my memory is when it came out that Hillary was the official nominee. Back in 2015, we're gearing up for that thing. I just remember I was like, oh man, well, Hillary can tie in the old school Democrats. She can tie in, it's her time. I'm with her. Let's vote for her just because she's a woman. We don't care that she's particularly awful. So Hillary had the female vote, especially the old school Democrat vote, and is still undetermined who her vice presidential running mate was going to be. And I was like, oh, dude, they won the election already. They already got it in the bag. Hillary just got the nomination. She has those votes. She's obviously going to choose Bernie Sanders as her running mate. Even if she doesn't like him, she's going to choose him because Bernie has all the young, fresher ideas, or the young lefty progressive side of it. So she's got the old school and the female vote. Bernie's got more of the progressive socialist, younger liberal kind of vote. They're going to run together. It's too easy. They're going to win. And then when Hillary didn't choose Bernie, I was like, okay, well, now you, I guess that, I'm glad, but I guess that's a missed opportunity for them. But if nothing could show you how dysfunctional it is, and especially at that time was, and it's only worse now, says me, is the fact Hillary did not take Bernie, even though Bernie, I think, would have been an ace in the hole. That would have been an instant success. Fusing the old school and female side of the left voter base with the younger, more progressive side of the base. And she was like, nope, and didn't do it. And, the rest is history. But I think that just begins to even scratch the surface of how dysfunctional it is, especially now. Let's see. The anti-candy bill situation is straight bribery, legal fucking bribery, but I agree that it's human nature. Sucks. Yeah, it's probably the analogy I said of if I'm, owning a candy company making all this candy and I see a bill coming on the horizon that's going to outlaw my product or reduce, my product and sugar and everything. I'm going to find senators who are looking at re-election. They got a campaign coming up soon. I need them to fight to oppose the bill that's going to hurt my revenue. But in exchange, I'm going to give them some donation money. That's a very simplified example, but unfortunately, I don't think that's too far from the truth in a good number of circumstances, unfortunately. I don't know how to fix that. I also know human nature is just going to be, there's a certain extent of cleaning the house, I think we can do, but it's always going to be a little dirty to some extent, if that makes sense. It going to be much closer than this afternoon. I think Philly could still flip at this point. Finish West Point, finish your time. Yeah. Going back to Oliver Wood, that's from Mike Hoke. Same thing. I would not alter course if it's truly what you want to do in life. You're already there. Just send it, dude. Nope, we ran fire missions with our 81s and 120s. Rarely ran guard after the first month. Yeah, it was different back then. October 2001 to April 2002, pretty much just SF and us at BAF, which, BAF, Bagram Airfield, at least when I landed there in 2015, that thing looked like a super fob, man. And it was, but at that time when you were there, I'm sure it was just nothing, just circled by mountains with a little, I guess what would probably be considered an airstrip with a cop, something like that, maybe an OP or at least a fob, like a little tiny guy. But yeah, that's early school. That's when you had real situations and real urgent stuff going on in front of your face that the officers or powers that be did not have the luxury to jack around their chucks and make them do retarded stuff. So, I mean, that's some old school heavy shit right there. Operation Anaconda. There you go, man. 10th Mountain. Yeah, bam. Good shit. Yeah, okay, there we go. Bagram was just 2 blown up buildings and a shitty airstrip back then. Yeah, man, that's like Little House on the Prairie when you saw it, and like LAX, Los Angeles Airport, when I saw it. Definitely a different story from the different times. Did you ever go to Rocket City? I only spent a couple days there, and I can definitely tell you that shit earned its name. I'm sure you probably did, maybe passing through something. Okay. What's your take on them removing the Jackson statue at VMI? It seems like Governor Northam erasing school's history. Yeah, so in our alumni network with my class, 2011, but also the VMI Alumni Association, the different groups I'm in, and I still talk with all my BRs or classmates. That's been a hot topic. When I went to VMI, General P was the superintendent, which he has been this whole time until Governor Northam basically asked that he resign. So he did, stating that he's unhappy with the racial tones and stuff at VMI that seem to be the issue, which is a little rich coming from the dude that did blackface, but that's kind of besides the point. Also a VMI grad. Yeah, the thing is, General Jackson did not go to VMI. He was an instructor, a professor there. He taught artillery there. From a military standpoint, there's kind of a myth or mythology around some generals of both the Confederacy and the Union. General Jackson definitely has that going on. But when you really look militarily at what happened once the war was kicking off, probably not your best general or commander from a military strategy standpoint. Definitely was not a great professor. He was an outstanding artilleryman, and he taught that well. And it was kind of fitting that we had the 4 cannons, the actual cannons he taught the Newmarket cadets with, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, just standing out there. The actual cannons he taught artillery with next to his statue. But I guess it's kind of the ebb and flow of the times. You can look back. The VMI yearbook, it's called The Bomb. But you can look back at the bombs from the 50s, the 60s, and there's stars and bars everywhere. There's very, I guess, to modern sensibilities, there's very questionable celebration or correlation of Confederate stuff compared to modern terms. change is inevitable. Change is going to happen. I always thought if we're going to put a statue in front of our main arch of Old Barracks, like the front main arch of Old Barracks, the original barracks of the school, I'd like to see somebody who graduated from VMI. And I think on the list of that, General Marshall, I mean, he's standing outside Marshall Arch at New Barracks. So, I mean, he has his own arch and statue on the parade deck. But that's the kind of thing. It's I don't think it's ever going to go away. When I got my degree in history from VMI, and that was a hell of a school to be a history major, especially with all the local Civil War history, the unique Civil War history that VMI has at the Battle of Newmarket. As a school, the only American school in history fighting as a school in a pitched battle, and they won on top of that to boot. But it's one of those things in the history, and I'm still a member of the Virginia Historical Society, believe it or not, but it's one of those things as I really started to get into caretaking and tending to our history, whether it's ugly or it's great. The Civil War was always one of those things that the more you study it, the less you seem to know. And in some ways, it seems like the Civil War was still being fought, or at least ideologically, mindset-wise, still on everyone's minds, even over a century later. So that's something I'll never be able to understand. The one thing I can say with confidence is VMI is not a easy path in terms of college. It's definitely a tough place to go. And if my future kids would want to go there, I would want to know that certain changes have happened over time, that the school is still tough and the toughest military school in our country at the collegiate level, which I believe that. Not hating on West Point, but I kind of am, because I just see, I'm not even going to get into that. Don't care. I want VMI to continue to be a place that is tough and excruciatingly challenging, physically, mentally, time management wise, forming my brother rats and classmates. I am as close to them as I am to dudes that I was in combat with or served overseas with. And I never thought, for the fact it's just a college and a school, or get that close, even closer to some of them than maybe my own brother. And it was that kind of experience, but it was not all good. It was very challenging. The school had a ways to go. When I matriculated back in 2007, the school, by order of the Supreme Court, had to accept females just not even a decade since. And the school was still working through those challenges, still has those challenges, probably, from what I understand. So change is not necessarily a bad thing, especially if it's an enhancement or an improvement to be better. But we got to be cautious about the changes we strategically decide to make or not make, because if you lose the challenge and the task and purpose of what that school is meant to do, well, then it's not something we should be interested in. So I guess that's kind of the best way I can answer that. Let's see. Let's just get caught up here. Let's see. Anaconda. Okay, we just got over that. When I vote for a president, I always look for a president that loves this country and believes in American exceptionalism. I heard that Obama went around the world and apologized for this country. Yeah, that was people on the right-leaning media was calling that the apology tour. People defending Obama's actions were saying, look, we've kind of done some bad shit overseas in our time. Okay, we've kind of built governments and democratically elected presidents and things in certain countries. We've kind of done some, like, not all the time good shit. At least acknowledging that that was not cool is kind of overdue, or maybe at least something we can be humble enough to do. Other people were like, oh, he's just apologizing to everyone, and now everyone thinks that we're just a huge wet blanket that they can just walk over. I guess the jury is still out on that, but I'm going to put on another jacket. I'm still looking right here. Let's see. Still here, everybody. I will clue you guys in on the secret weapon. If you guys are having challenges, I don't know if you can see the lighting, but whiskey helps. You guys are having a bad election or a bad year or a bad night. Probably better to deal with those healthy, like in a healthy way, but definitely, I'm sure we've probably had a pretty extreme surge at liquor stores across the nation. Pretty confident that's probably happened. Okay. Also, what specifically did you see that made West Point officers bad? Arrogance? That was definitely one thing. Here's the thing. I only can compare it to my own experience going at VMI, going through all that. And it was kind of a weird place to do 4 years of Army ROTC at a school like that to turn around and become an infantryman and enlisted man, later an NCO. So when I would see conflicts, when the platoon leader or the PL, the lieutenant, has like, hey, I got this cool guy playing, like, you know, what do you think? Bring it to his platoon sergeant, and platoon sergeant's like, sir, you're all fucked up. Like, you know, or like, okay, we're kind of in the right direction, but that's not going to work. This isn't cool. That's not realistic. Here's how we can make it better. You know, take it to the squad leaders. Like, okay, this is what we got. Maybe we'll do this. We'll fix this over here, sir. We'll do this. And then if they're good NCOs and if it's a good platoon leader, they will seek the guidance of the platoon sergeant, the squad leaders, maybe a gun team, you know, gun team leader, or at least in the reconnaissance community, you know, an ATL or a TL, and try to get that guidance to refine the plan, make it better, as opposed to trying to act like they know it all, coming out with a plan. And then if someone secretly offline, your platoon sergeant's like, hey, I know what you're trying to do here, sir. You have good ideas, but look, I'm telling you this, that, and this part of the plan, these components here, we're going to have to change it, because I'm telling you why. If we do it the way you have it, this is what's going to happen. We got to fix it. I've seen the best platoon sergeant ever had, Sergeant Nunez. He literally told our PL, like, when we got him brand new, he's like, hey, you know, you lead the platoon, but I fucking run the platoon, sir. So I'm going to work with my NCOs, you know, and work with my team leaders and my squad leaders and everything. And we're going to get shit hot and popping. We're going to get things moving. You lead the platoon. You tell me, you tell us what needs to get done. We will run it and get it the fuck done. Okay. So establishing those boundaries for, you know, lost LTs, I guess, who want to try to find a way into doing shit that's not their fucking lane. You know, and it's at least the West Pointers I had. Like, I'm not gonna throw them under the bus as much as I want to, but my first lieutenant, my first platoon leader on my first deployment, he was a West Pointer, and he would establish the plan and talk about it like it was the best thing ever. I could tell during an op order, ramp brief, we're about to go outside the wire. And this is when his machine gunners and then the drivers and everybody else were kind of getting the op order, the plan, the mission. He would talk about it in a matter-of-fact way, and I would look at our section leaders and our platoon sergeant. Like, you could tell that was the first time they had heard any of that shit. Or maybe the plan that they briefed and worked on together, he decided to change it at the last minute. Literally had moments where my platoon sergeant said, "You like, sir, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up." It's like, oh shit, mommy and daddy are fighting. And that was in front of us. And at the time I was a college specialist, E4. But the rest of it was like, shit, that's how it's going to be. And then we would have, I was this lieutenant's gunner. I was the 6 Gulf. So I was the gunner in his truck, and I would tell him like, hey, we had a bolo for this vehicle. It's literally skirting off on the side of the road to avoid all the traffic because it wants to come where we're parked, and we're sitting on the IED that we found today, and we're trying to cordon off this intersection at the market. And what do you want me to do, sir? I'm just letting you know right now. And then he would just dismount, wouldn't even respond, just get on the ground. So I'm like, okay. So my platoon leader, without any security, just dumped off, and he's walking around all these Afghans who are looking at him like he's a fucking idiot, because he is. We would have, times where, we would set a route. We would actually go down those roads through some villages and shit. And then we would find that the road that we thought would be trafficable for MRAPs, surprise, it's actually a piece of shit. And we're going to roll these trucks if we even try it. Scout, he would call up on the radio like, hey, sir, this is what we found. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to turn left, or kind of what direction you want this to go in? He would never make a decision. The guy was just absolutely trash. And I think it's the only West Pointer that I loved was Captain Harris, because he started as enlisted as an infantryman. He did 2 deployments that way, and then became a Mustang. And West Point to him was like in sports and drinking a lot and getting a degree. So by the time he became an officer, he already had that built in. So I don't know if he really counts, but I think if I had to offer some kind of argument, I think like at VMI, you are paying to go there, or you are on an ROTC scholarship to be there. You are still paying out of pocket for, tuition and fees on top of room and board. VMI is very steadfast about its reputation. You don't need a congressional appointment to go there. You are literally paying for that tough experience, or you're on a scholarship and you're still paying out of pocket for room and board, something. And the honor code was very strict. There was absolutely zero wiggle room. And you would walk around the barracks and see coins or spare change everywhere, because if you picked up a penny off the ground and you actually kept it, you would be drummed out of the school. If caught, you would go before the honor court, and that was a violation. You stole something that wasn't yours, you're out of here. There was no slippery slope or like, oh, well, they did this, so we're gonna smack his wrist and put him on probation. If you went to the vending machine and you purchased 1 Gatorade and you pushed the button and 2 Gatorades fell out, you would take that Gatorade and just put it on top of the vending machine and walk away, because if you took that extra Gatorade, that was it. I'm not kidding. Those who have been to VMI, the honor code at VMI, like, your word is your bond. What is not yours to take, you're not going to take it. You're not going to steal. You're not going to lie. You're not going to cheat. And VMI is, as far as I know, where there is no like staircase of evils, or like it's like one and done, doesn't matter. And VMI, if the second that you go out to Richmond, if you actually get some liberty to go out, privileges are earned over time, so you'd at least be a second classman by that time. If you go out to Richmond and you do some dumbass shit, the school's just going to kick you out. They'd be like, okay, sorry, yeah, that is not becoming of a cadet, and we don't want that associated with their reputation. Get the fuck out of here. Whereas with West Point, anytime we do training with them, or later in life when I saw them like serving active duty with them, it almost seemed like they were the chosen children. It's a lot of congressmen that have daughters or granddaughters or sons or that are going there. There's so much money invested in every single cadet at West Point. It's a lot of taxpayer dollars for every single cadet. There are certain congressmen or senators who made that recommendation. So maybe this cadet breaks the honor code. Well, Senator so-and-so actually came out and nominated this kid, and also we've spent a lot of money, maybe we can just kind of smack him on the wrist and retain him. Yeah, at VMI, like, it was scorched earth. Nobody gave a shit. It was like, man, you do anything wrong, we're gonna drum you out. You're gonna get rolled. If you break the honor code, big or small, we don't care. You're done. You do any dumbass shit, you get accused of even remotely thinking about doing anything inappropriate or any rape accusation. Gone. We didn't have a football team to speak of that actually was successful. So the football players, any dirt they did, they were fucking gone too. So I think it's, and also the challenges moving through a cadetship at VMI, and I can't speak on West Point. I never went there. It just seems like the product at the end of that leads probably to a standard deviation of a different outcome than what you might find at a place like VMI. Kind of went on the weeds for that. Sorry, everyone watching that doesn't care about this topic, but I believe firmly that, I think it was Thidocles said that the toughest soldiers come from the toughest school, just like the hardest seal comes from the hottest forge. I think that ancient Greek wisdom is actually very relevant to our basic training for the military, Navy SEAL training, 18 series selection, our senior military colleges and service academies. I think there's a lot of truth still to that kind of statement. And I don't know, maybe my sample size was admittedly not tremendously large, but at the same time, I'd minus the one guy who was enlisted before he went to West Point, I was not impressed. That doesn't mean you can't be great, and it doesn't mean everybody who graduates West Point is hot trash. It just means there's kind of a reputation for West Pointers in the military, especially amongst NCOs, the enlisted corps, and it's not necessarily undeserving. Let's put it that way. So I think I'm going to stop wasting time on that for those who probably don't want to hear about that. Let's see. Hello from Arizona. Manny, what's going on in Arizona, dude? You have on the ground knowledge. You are boots on ground. Tell us what kind of Mickey Mouse bullshit is happening there. Okay. Would you want to own a light machine gun? That's actually something Range Chris and I have talked about, doing a bonus round on one of our shotgun blasts if you could have. NFA totally out the window. It's all legal and it's all paid for, and you get it for free. What machine gun or automatic weapon, or at least what the ATF would define as a machine gun, whether it's actually militarily a machine gun or not. But if you could do that for free, legally, it's all paid for. Take your pick, you get one. I would like to have a 240 Bravo. That would be sick. We also recently at work on MG42, which you guys saw when we were getting bum rushed at the gun shop. You saw it in the background when I was just letting you guys know the live stream yesterday was going to be 2 hours late, pushed to the right. MG42, I got to tell you, I've fired 240 Bravo in Lima. That's what I carried in Afghan. Also carried a Mark 48 before the Navy knew that we had them and took them back. Of course, M249 SAW, that was the first machine gun I was ever issued, stateside at least, before my first deployment. 50 cal, did that in Afghan a little bit, but primarily Iraq a lot. I've done the RPK, the PKM, Dishka, PPSH. Like, there's a lot of foreign full autos and machine guns that I've shot, and I enjoyed a number of them, especially the 240 Bravo. But man, the first time recently here that I fired an MG42. Now, this is not a converted 7.62 NATO. This is not a modern MG3. This is the original gangster MG42, 8mm Mauser, clocking in about 11 to 1,200 rounds a minute. And when I fired that thing, I was like, okay, I think I have a new favorite machine gun. Oh, Miss Texas is back from yoga, and surprise, we're still live streaming.
I am not ready.
So I'd probably go the 240 Bravo because I love it, and also the ammunition going to be a little bit more common than 8mm Mauser. But if you guys have a range like where I work or something accessible to you where you can shoot an actual MG42, dude, just send it. The rate of fire is insane. The amount of heat that you're generating is insane. Okay. All right, we're good. Okay, we're just parking the car and rearranging the garbage cans in the driveway.
Well, it's full of garbage or,
It's okay.
whichever one.
We can have the garbage cans there. That's a good place too. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick reload. Gonna check in on Miss Texas. We're gonna get some dinner ordered up or something. I'm gonna be right back. You guys give me 2 minutes if that's cool. I'm having a great time. I don't intend on ending anytime soon. So yeah, I'll be right back.
I'm sorry.
Oh, bam. Oh.
Like, you need to say it on the
Here,
YouTube.
let me give you my phone so you can build whatever.
Yikes.
Okay, we're gonna make some adjustments here. Miss Texas is telling me the lighting sucks.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can fix it.
Sweet honey baby chat.
Yep.
I don't know if you want to turn those off, because that might
Yeah,
help,
so-
and then turn that on. Whichever one. Hi, y'all.
Yeah. Welcome to the cold zone.
Let's see, what questions do you got?
Oh boy.
Wait. Did you?
There we go.
Please don't. Oh, sorry.
We're gonna be fine. Everybody relax. It's just your standard propane lighter.
Yeah, there you go. See,
But I'm gonna
so
put
much
it in
better.
a strategic place.
Put it behind the camera, then it
Yeah.
brightens. There you go.
Okay, I'm working on it. Maybe try that.
Do you want the light off? Do you want to try that too?
Uh,
I think it's just like.
can you try turning off the? Okay.
Ooh!
Halloween's over.
Fire!
Halloween's over, but we're looking a little spooky around here. So you're welcome. I'm sorry and thank you.
It's garage time. This is how you normally have garage time with the lantern and everything.
It's true.
Little porch time. Porch time. Or just a second.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, gonna transition from Black Rifle Coffee Hat. No official affiliation with them. We do have a Black Rifle coffee shop at our gun range and gun shop. Matt, Evan, the Black Rifle dudes, they come in whenever they're in town. But no official affiliation with them. Although I got to say, Evan and Matt, two pretty solid guys. If you actually sit down and talk with those guys, pretty outstanding dudes. So hopefully the lighting is not as fucked up, I guess. Let's see. MG42, that's what I was talking about. Man, you guys have to shoot it. We have an MP7. That thing is sick as well. So I kind of want to do an MG42 review of how it is designed, how you take it apart, what does it look like, the functionality, the quick barrel change, which I love, and then actually shooting it and filming all of that, multiple camera angles, trying to get a higher production quality for you guys. Also doing MP7. Got some interesting kind of stuff I'm trying to do pretty soon. As you know, ammunition is kind of a challenge, especially if it shoots 1,200 rounds a minute. That's a big challenge. So you guys are going to have to bear with me as we go through the ammo apocalypse here. Okay. I feel like they might make my state the next California if they start messing gun laws. Potentially possible. So I lived in New Mexico for a while, outside of Albuquerque and then Los Alamos. That was kind of a weird one, and that introduced me to the concept that you can have blue states or liberal or Democrat governors or legislators or a left or leaning voter base that still is pretty gun heavy. And at least, and that was kind of a question John Galt had last night of, you can't be liberal and pro-gun at the same time. And it just made me think back to living in New Mexico where you had people voting on the left, but the governor or people they were voting for didn't mess with guns because everybody was gun heavy. It was this weird upside down land, which the Southwest kind of has that. And I think Arizona might be kind of on that same train. So I don't know. If Arizona, in fact, is blue and that's just kind of how things are, I don't necessarily think that's the end of the Second Amendment in Arizona, especially because that's where Ethan and Carl are in range and forgotten weapons. And there's obviously full autos and NFA stuff and constitutional carry there and all kinds of good stuff. So that's one of those weird ones where you might have lefty voting, but it's still gun heavy. So that one's gonna be a little tough. I wish I had better answers for you, but there we go. Let's see. When will another live stream be where you take questions like this? This is all dependent on you guys, and if you like it. I like doing it. Last night kind of out of control, like 8.5 hours, but that was a unique event. That was the election. But I'm down to do this at least once a week. And you guys can kind of start to accumulate questions. We can make it a set time. I'm actually thinking maybe we can stick to, if we can, maybe every Wednesday night. That'd be cool. Live stream. We can set it at the same time. You guys, if you're subscribed and you hit that little bell thing on my channel, you get the subscriptions and the notifications. So you'll see if I schedule one for 7 days exactly from now. You guys will see that. You can set a reminder. But if you guys are down, I'm thinking about maybe once a week, every Wednesday night, we can all just kind of have this garage fireside talk here. I think that'd be pretty solid. All right. West Point, tough academically, but absolutely no fourth class system here anymore. Yeah, man, it's one of those things. I had one of my brother rats. He did the first year with us, did our rat year with us at VMI and then transitioned to West Point. And then that's where he just kind of went. And I don't know, sometimes I feel like he kind of drank the Kool-Aid, but I met up with him later in life as an enlisted man. He was an XO, or actually he was in the S3 shop at our battalion or the Cav Squadron. So he was moving up, not a captain yet. We did that first deployment together. So that's another thing you will notice, whether it's West Point or you do something else. If you go in the military in one shape or form, you'll discover it's kind of a small world, because the dude I lived next to that was in my company rat year at VMI did 1 year with us, went to West Point. We always kept in touch because he was a solid dude. I guess he pulled a General Patton on us. But then later in life, he was in my same unit. We deployed, did the first deployment together. And that was kind of weird, knowing each other from yesteryear, unofficially talking on the side. My last PL that I ever had, I was in his great Granddykes class. So at VMI, without getting crazy with it, you have a rat, which is a brand new, they're not cadets yet. That's how it is for most of the first year until they break out of the rat line and become cadets. But while you're a rat or a rat tie, you have a dyke, and your dyke he's kind of like your mentor. So he's a first classman, a senior. He has all the privileges. So as a rat, you can only use one arch, but if you're walking with him, you can share with his privileges. And the idea is you'll do little things like, sweep the floor, make sure his room's clean, put up or down his haze, because we don't have beds. You got to roll up your bed every day and put it down when it's time to sleep. And only after at least 2200 is when you're allowed to put your bed down. Unless you're a first classman or you earn that privilege where you can bring it down at noon, or you have a hay down. Man, I'm remembering all this stuff that I used to live by, that to normal, sane people, this sounds insane. But your dyke is like your mentor. So I was the class of 2011 eventually. So you don't even get a class number. You're not a cadet. We were the class of 2008 plus 3. So we were kind of piggybacking on our dykes class. So when you come into VMI, like I came in, matriculated at 2007, templated for us to graduate as the class of 2011, but you're not a cadet. Nobody gives a fuck. You have to earn everything. So for the whole year, basically, you're class 08 plus 3, or your dice class 2008. So my dykes were class 2008. Eventually, when we matriculated, broke out of the rat line, then we became officially recognized as the class of 2011. Okay, we're doing some Uber Eats.
Chile.
Doing some Chili's. Okay, let's see. Sorry, guys, taking a quick break. Miss Texas and I, we are ordering food. Don't want to hold up that train because it's almost 2200 out here. Let's see. What should we get real quick? You guys fill up the comments, man. I'm committed to be here. So literally anything from what's my favorite color to how do you think the Second Amendment's going to look? I don't care. Anything. Ask it, guys. This is a free shot. Just the final thought on that at VMI. Your Dykes class, he's about to graduate at the end of the year, and you're going to finish your 4th class year eventually once you become a cadet. So when you become a first classman, a senior, you get assigned, or you get to pick if you know them. I went to high school with my rat, and he decided to go to VMI, so we became the rat and dyke relationship. And then that keeps going. So with my rats, they eventually became the class of 2014. And then the class of 2017. So for someone who's part of the class of 2017 at VMI being class of 2011, I would be their great grand dyke. You kind of see how that works a little bit. And some dyke lines go back like to the Civil War, pretty much, keeping that dyke line intact. But so my last PL that I had was in the class 2017 from VMI. I'm like, I'm one of your great grand dykes. So just when it was him and me, it was different than how we appeared when it was an E5 and a first lieutenant in O2 working with each other we did recon school, RSLIC together, running the platoon and everything. So how we were privately was very different than how we were in front of anyone else. Let's just put it that way. We have an interesting one. I'm not going to answer it right now. I'm just going to get this in, and then I'm going to hit this. Anything before it, I'll go for. But women serving in special operations forces. That's going to be a fun subject. Everybody ball the fuck up for that one. Classic ribeye. I don't care. It's election night, part 2. It's this train keeps rolling. So you know what I'm going to do? We are going to be doing classic ribeye, medium rare, garlic butter. Sounds good. Okay. Steak toppings. I'm going to add some shrimp. You already know I'm doing that. Side number 1, got to have the loaded baked potato. Where you at? I thought this was America. I guess they don't have it on the menu. Okay, we're going to do loaded mashed potato. Sounds good. And we're going to do some awesome blossom petals. Perfect. Salad, what's that? That's fine. That's good. Whatever. Okay. I'm going to add that to the cart, give this back to Miss Texas, and get back to you guys. Give me a second. Yeah, you get to add stuff. Make sure. Oh boy, just gave my phone to Miss Texas, but I don't care. I mean, that's the beauty of really having a good. If you're in a great relationship, you're having a good time. You got your best friend, someone you can really trust. Makes you feel good, man. And I'm 31. I've had my interesting experiences, especially when I was younger, but it's all about finding the right person. And there's a lot of micro failures and trial and error, man. Let me tell you, I had my share of really bad relationships. Guess you got to keep fucking up before you finally get some gold, right? Okay. Let's keep moving on this. Trump won Gorga, Georgia, probably. Thanks for the conversation, man. Anyway, I could get you your contact info. Would love to talk some more. Absolutely, man. Let's talk offline after this. Sounds like you and I need to get on the phone, and I'm there for you, man. I'm not in the Army anymore. I got out as an E5. That's not my job anymore, but I think as NCOs, like if we see a problem or someone needs help, let's fucking fix it. Like let's not just let it chill. So I got time for you, man. Let's talk offline after this. Let me know if there's anything we can work out on that. Okay. What do I think of women serving in special operations forces? So there's 2 places of inspiration that I'm going to pull for this answer. One is what I observed in Afghanistan, not really as in Iraq. We didn't have it there, but what I observed in Afghanistan with our FET teams, female engagement teams, and I don't know if I can. Yeah, I'm not going to say that on air, but with other teams, if you will. And then also, second thing I'm going to lean on is General Mattis, where he was being grilled in his initial nomination to become Secretary of Defense. And remember, he needed a waiver because he had just gotten out of the Marine Corps, retired, and there's a certain amount of time that's supposed to elapse before a retired general can serve in public life as a civilian. And he got the waiver, and he was being grilled before Congress on, what do you think about transgenders? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And he just kept saying, like, quite frankly, like, I don't care who anyone sleeps with. I care about their lethality. And translation is, I don't give a shit. I care how valuable they are in a gunfight or in a war. Like, are they a functional member of society in a fight? Can they fuck people up? Can they be lethal and get results? I don't care what they identify as or who they choose to sleep with. I don't give a shit. As long as they can kill people, that's fucking rad. Is probably, if I could translate what he was saying in a very much more professional way than that. So I feel the same way also. I mean, in Afghanistan, we would have sometimes be embedded with soldiers that would at least accompany us on some missions for certain reasons in certain places. And it was this awesome. It was one of those like super cool rainbows and sunshine, like rah rah America moment kind of thing, where in Afghanistan, most pretty much outside of Kabul or some of the more Western-ish kind of influence places, the entire rest of the country, man, especially where we were in Nangarhar, it's like they view the status and capabilities and allowances of women and the worth of women in a very different way than we do. Let's just put it that way. So when you would have a soldier get down from the ramp and it's a bunch of these American men, infantrymen and stuff, but then one of them is obviously shorter, smaller in frame a little bit, and then she starts talking and they can see that it's a female. They were intrigued. Like, it always brought in more. We could talk to more village elders. We could talk to more, maybe this guy is a local religious or academic leader, or maybe this is a tribal elder. We're having a KLE, a key leadership engagement. And if it's like all these like cool guy dudes getting off a ramp and whatever versus, hey, there's a female, and they would just crowd her. They were just like, and believe it or not, at least from what I saw, now mainly I was worrying about my sector not getting blown up, but I didn't see anything creepy. It was more like just wonderment and curiosity and like, whoa. And then the thing that I used to love was in the background, because they had no place to talk. It was not their place. They were not allowed to talk, and especially not allowed to talk to Western males. But you would see the females, and you couldn't see them, but you could see they had like the full burqa or hijab. And I apologize to anyone Muslim in the audience. I don't know the nomenclature of every single component to that, but they would have the full get up, and you could see at least the eye slits, like the mesh, and all the women would look and they would see this American soldier who's a woman, and she has an M4 carbine, and she's walking around like one of us, basically on an equal standing. And it was kind of one of those like rah rah, some rainbows and sunshine, go America moment, but also it was pretty sad because it was like, all these women out here are ever going to be is mothers and what they're told to be. And if the husband wants to have a second or third wife, they have no way of not, they're protesting. That's how it's going to be. And they're looking at this Western or American soldier who she has an M4. She's rolling with us. She's talking with her village elders that she can't even talk to. And it was one of those things where it was like, man, I can't explain Afghanistan. It was for anyone who's been there, it's a weird adventure. It's a weird, dangerous adventure, like medieval times with Roshan phones, and everything is trying to kill you. But it's so beautiful, though. Like, man, the natural beauty there was amazing. If it wasn't for the chronic warfare and genocide thing, Afghanistan would probably be like a world travel destination for hikers, backpackers, mountaineers, skiing, luxury resorts in the wild and on these nice mountaintops and stuff. Beautiful, beautiful country, a lot of it. But it's just, yeah. So getting back to it, do I agree with women being in special operations forces? If this is a big if for internal reasons, but honest reasons. I do not want the training standard to change at all. What the SEAL community does at BUDS, and then everything that happens after BUDS, to get on the teams and make things happen, to get picked up. What happens with Army Special Forces, like 18 series, like SOPSI, selection, moving all the way through the Q course to Robin Sage, which I got to be part of that as a role player, which was out of control. It was awesome. What Ranger Battalion does for, the name's always changing from RIP to Ranger Indoctrination. What Ranger Battalion does to weed out garbage and to get Rangers. What Ranger School does to tab up regular soldiers or tab up Rangers who can lead Rangers. I don't want any of that stuff to change. The Air Force with their pararescue jumpers, JTACs, TACPs, like anybody doing cool shit, like Marine Recon or MARSOC, like any of these guys, whatever secret sauce they have to train and weed out garbage from actual SEALs or Rangers or Green Berets or whatever it is, I don't want that to change, like, at all. Like 0% change. We're not curving standards. We're not changing anything. I don't want anything to change. And if there are female candidates who willingly want that, that's what they want to do in the United States military, to be a Navy SEAL, to be in Ranger Battalion, to be a Green Beret, to be Marine Corps, MARSOC, or on a fast team or whatever it is. Hey, give it your best shot. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you are. Downrange, there might be a time and place where it's actually an asset, where, with our FET teams, or at least our females, when we would have them for certain missions, it would bring in more village elders and people that we got to talk to that ordinarily they would not come up to talk to us. Certain deployment related advantages. At the same time, I don't want the standards to change. And I don't want, someone to kind of lower the standards. Let's just get her through so we can celebrate this awesome moment that we have our first female SEAL or something. Like our soft communities, they have a secret sauce on how they do things. They have their own community. They have their own traditions and values. They know what right looks like. They know what they need in their organization. They train and weed out people to a high standard. Don't change it at all. But if they want to do it, send it. But it's not going to be easy. It's not easy for anyone. So that's kind of what I have to say about that. Have you met anybody from 75th Ranger Regiment? Yes. Yeah. So my boss, who owns Ready Gunner in Orem, Utah, he was in Ranger Battalion. Fat Bats was 2nd Battalion. If I got that right, I believe that's correct. Matt Best, they served together in Ranger Battalion. So he comes in every now and then. We have a Black Rifle coffee shop at a range. When I went to, we had an NCO. I'm not going to say his name because he's a interesting guy. Awesome E6. He was in Ranger Bat, got suspected of a DUI, did the DUI blow test. He was under the legal limit. Ranger Battalion was like, we don't care, you're done. So he came to us and built up from E4 to E6, like front loaded, moved up. I mean, he was scrolled and tabbed. So he had the Ranger Battalion scroll on his right shoulder, like he deployed, went down range with those guys. He was a Ranger. But then he also had the Ranger tab, because you're not going to be an NCO or an officer or leading Rangers in a Ranger Battalion if you're not tabbed and have a Ranger tab. You've been to the Ranger school. When I went to RSLC, which is the Reconnaissance, Surveillance, and Leaders course, that was all exclusively taught by RIs. They were all tabbed up dudes, pretty heavy Ranger Bat guys. Some of my fellow classmates, not going to drop names because one of them he's now the NCOIC of RSLC. That's 4th RTB that runs RSLC, 4th Ranger Training Battalion. Pretty solid guys. The amount of, I'm not even just talking training and textbook stuff, but the amount of real world actual experience they had, and the fact that they wanted to pass it on, they wanted to teach it, and they were pretty fucking outstanding. So I've met and served with, worked with, and work under now actual Ranger Battalion Rangers, Ranger Bat dudes, which is not the same as having the tab. Just being Ranger qualified, going through Ranger school versus actually spending time in Ranger Battalion. It's a very different distinction for those who don't know. Would you want to be a Green Beret or Ranger? I'm pretty much, unless we have World War III, I'm still on the hook for the next several years with Uncle Sam. If we have World War III, they have the legal ability to call me back instead of a rolling draft. It was changed decades ago that, hey, we're going to sign up. When you go to a recruiting office, you take the oath of enlistment and you sign up and you enlist, you're probably going to have a 3-year contract. Some MOSs might require a 5-year contract like mine did. But whether it's a 3-year or a 5-year or maybe a 4-year or whatever, in total, it's actually 8 years. So you're going to do those 3 or those 5 years, whatever you initially signed for. You're going to do that active duty. Once you get out, I mean, you can keep going if you want to list and keep going, provided you're not fat or failing PT test or a piece of shit or barred from reenlistment. But if you serve your contract, you get out. In my case, I served 5 years active duty, honorably got out. It was done. I ETS'd the end of terms of service. But I still have 3 years that I'm on the hook where if we have World War III or some crazy shit, Uncle Sam can still contact me and say, hey, you're coming back in. We still own you for this much time. But barring World War III or something insane, it looks like my time, at least in uniform, active duty in the military, is done. So I can't really answer. I was an 11 Bravo, graduated RSLC. I was a reconnaissance specialist. Spent outside of infantry OSET, spent my whole time in a RISTA outfit. That's reconnaissance, surveillance, and target acquisition. Not the same as a LURS, like a LURS company. Kind of, in a way, it's the Army's modern version of the LRP, Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol, is really what dismounted reconnaissance, a Charlie Troop, and a Cav Squadron does. So that's a little bit of a side note on what I did. But it's pretty much done. So the question of would you want to be a Green Beret or a Ranger? I mean, if the question's for you, and you're thinking about one of those two, the only thing I can speak on is kind of tell you, I've worked with the 18 series or Green Berets downrange. Worked with Ranger Bat dudes, Ranger Battalion guys downrange as well. Last 2 months in Iraq, worked with the SEALs as well. That was a very interesting experience. Let's put it that way. At least we got to grow out beards and, wear civilian clothes and just kind of We were far away from the Navy and the Army flagpole. Let's put it that way, where we were. Long story short, just to keep answering your questions here, which I'm totally down for. Let's see. Would I want to be a Green Beret or Ranger? Like I said, can't answer that for you. I can just tell you, Ranger Battalion. If you look at a standard 11 Bravo or a 03 series in the Marine Corps, that's going to be standard grunt, infantry, machine gunner, rifleman kind of stuff. You might have in the Marines, they got small gunners or the JAV gunners or things like that. But you are just a gravel agitator, standard line infantry battalion kind of dude. Unless you try out, get into reconnaissance element or move on, do something else. But that's your standard. That's your standard infantry, rifleman, machine gunner kind of dude. Think of Ranger Bat as that, but on crack. So Ranger Battalion, extremely physically fit dudes. They have a lot more training, a lot more skills, a lot more funding, a lot more capabilities than your standard infantry company or line battalion. Basically, think of them as like Ranger Bat is like super soldiers. And in fact, a lot of those dudes are at an athletic level that they could or did do college sports or professional sports. I mean, historically talking about Pat Tillman leaving the NFL to join the Army, become a Ranger. And unfortunately, what happened there. Very well experienced. They have a lot more training, physical demands, extreme. Ranger Bat, having not been in it and not a Ranger, trying to, from an observation standpoint, it's a very tight-knit community, really top-notch dudes. Ranger Battalion essentially is like a standard infantry battalion, but absolutely just on crack. Everybody is physically fit. There's no fat bodies. There's no pieces of shit in comparison to a standard infantry company or battalion. Training, funding, weapons, capabilities, ROEs, mission sets, leadership. It's all just, it's what I wish the entire infantry of the U.S. Army could be. But that's basically super soldiers. Think of Ranger Battalion like that. It's probably the best way I can describe it from where I can describe it. Green Berets, 18 series. Green Berets, it's the only soft element of the United States military where the task is unconventional warfare. So Green Berets, in a way, kind of think Colonel Kurtz, Apocalypse Now, where they are living with a local village or tribe. They're not simply like, hey, we're going to be here for like 6 hours or 2 days, and then we're going to leave and go back to our fob. Like, they are embedded, they live with, they partner with, they train, they go on missions with local national forces or assets. They train. Being an 18 series Green Beret guys, again, they have a lot of funding, a lot of training, a lot of experience, physically fit most of the time. But they are instructors, they're trainers. They train and they teach local national forces on how to fight or how to win. It's probably the best way I can describe that. There are elements of 18 series or Green Berets that are DA or direct action where they hit hard, but most of ideology, like on an ideological level, task org standpoint, their task and purpose is to train local fighters, to live with them, to accompany them on mission, to advise, and to show them the way. And, you know, take, maybe it's South America, there's some brutal dictator, and there's a bunch of South America, you know, people in the country that want to rise up, but they don't really have a lot of weapons. They don't have any training or skills. They don't know how to run ambushes or to operate as a fighting organization. That's where the Green Berets come in. They will live with them for extended periods of time, teach and train and school them up and then take them on missions to go accomplish. That's kind of what they do. So between those two things, I guess pick your poison. Does Iraq and Afghanistan smell bad? I heard that they burn anything. Yeah, air quality is pretty bad. Sanitation, they don't have, garbage trucks coming by once a week to take garbage off the street. Just you'll have fields just full of trash. People will just pull over on the side of the road, or just as they're walking, they'll squat down, take a shit, keep moving. Animals everywhere. We had the burn pits, so plastic and cardboard and you name it, just throw it in the burn pit and burn it. Dumping chemicals and sewage and shit. Nobody cared. Iraq, we had the sandstorms, like biblical sandstorms. So we always knew we were breathing in smoke or sand or just filthy air. That's a true thing, depending where you're at, but especially in the lower valleys in Afghanistan, that's where it all kind of accumulated. In Iraq, it could be really pristine and great air quality, depending where you are, versus absolute shit, especially in Beji with the oil refinery, which had been destroyed at that point. Air quality was absolute garbage, and you're living in that for 9 months at a time. That's a serious concern. I mean, a lot of us have or will develop lung cancer. I'm part of the VA burn pit registry. We lived next to an airfield and a burn pit for 9 months, my first deployment, most of that time, unless we were going out for a while. So all that exhaust and JP8 plus the burn pit going 24/7, plus the air quality and everything, that's just kind of, spending time in that part of the world or in a conflict zone in general is relatively not good for your health. And even if you're not getting, even if you don't get shot or blown up or injured or roll over a vehicle or whatever, just simply being there for extended periods of time or going back and back again for multiple deployments or time, it's just not healthy, and you're always rolling the dice. So that's kind of how that is. Tell me about how powerful a JDAM is. You were mentioning it earlier. There are pieces of terrain in the Afghan mountains that the topography for GPS mapping and making topographic maps has literally changed over the past 20 years, thanks in large part to JDAMs. Pretty outstanding. So that's probably all I'll say about that. There's probably some things I won't talk about, and that's probably one of them. What do you think of the M16 M4 platform rifle? Do you think that the U.S. military is going to change to a larger cartridge? As I know in China, their small arms game is an absolute, I don't want to say a joke, but one caliber to be the standard issue battle rifle, the carbine, the machine gun, and the sniper rifle, and it's just one bullet, one cartridge doing all of it. It's a mess. Logistically, it's easy, which is what I think were after when they developed that cartridge. But when we're talking where the rubber meets the road, that's not what you want. In terms of just looking at us, the thing is, I personally have a lot of love and respect for the AR-15. The AR-15 that I carried in the military, it was an M4, then later an M4A1, having burst, and then later full auto capability. The AR-15s that I own now, of course, civilian legal, semi-auto only, same design. One the military still uses in the form of designated as an M4 or an M4 Alpha 1 or an M16A2 or M16A4. It's the same design. They're all AR-15s. Just the ones we have are legally, purposefully semi-only, and the ones we had in the military were select fire capable with that military adoption designation of M4, M4A1, M16A4, you name it. But I happen to the ARs that I carried in the military versus what I have now. I'm a tremendous fan of the AR-15. I personally prefer it. at least with a 16-inch barrel. If I can get it, 14 and a half is okay. Standard internal piston, or what we incorrectly call direct impingement, absolutely a fan. Unless we're suppressing it, then we can still do it, but we may want to look to an external piston. But the ergonomics from handling it as the shooter, using it, how well it is, or how conducive it is to military service, how good it is as a shooter in terms of ergonomics, where the mag release, the safety, the fact it has an ejection port cover, you have a sealed system. I honestly never complained or had complaints about my M4. The only complaint I had was it had burst. Not that we really used the third option anyway. Once we got the M4A1s, the block 1.5, block 2s, pretty big fan. So let's put it this way, with being a civilian and not having to be issued something, and hopefully it's good, but being a civilian where I can buy and equip myself with anything that I would want to equip myself with, and it's not being issued to me, I have the choice to buy it and have it. It's still an AR-15. Part of that's biased because I have so much time and training and use experience on the AR-15, whether it's the semi-auto only or select fire capability version of it. But I have a lot of time on an AR-15, so that's part of the bias factor. But honestly, there's not a lot to complain about the way that I look at it. I'm pretty happy with it. I always was when I had mine. But yeah, that's how I feel about the AR-15. There is some potential chance that, that with the Army's M4 carbine program, the U.S. Army specifically, has a pretty bad history initiating a program like, hey, we want a new service pistol, or hey, we want to replace the M4 carbine. So companies will, for the contract and for the running, they will put in and submit a prototype or an item and everything. They'll spend years and millions of dollars on it, and then the Army will be like, just kidding, we're going to stick with the M4. That's happened a lot, but this one's a little different, where we have 6 hour. Not only are we looking for a 6mm range cartridge that the company has to design, we're also looking for some kind of lighter weight ammunition. And of any of the U.S. Army's attempts to replace the M4, I think this one looks the most promising. And if they're going to do it, I hope they go with 6 hours option. And that's basically a 6mm range version. It's a 6.8. It's not the SPC. It's some other cartridge they've made. And it's basically an Army contract catered version of their MCX, which is outstanding platform. So if the Army is actually going to do it this time, which I'm still a little bit doubtful of, but if they do, I'm hoping 6 hour wins. It's the most like the AR-15 it takes after its design incorporates AR-18 design features from the same designer, Eugene Stoner, in terms of training soldiers how to use it, how to take it apart and maintain it. Not too different than what we already have, which is an important thing when you're dealing with almost 1 million people between active duty, reserve, National Guard, and also not as complex as some of the other options that are still in the running right now. So to that in a very long way, I would just say I don't know if the Army's actually going to replace it anytime soon. I'm still doubtful based on how many times they've tried and then canceled the program, the contracts. So if it actually sticks this time, I hope the 6 hour goes through. That would be awesome. But there you go. Who do you think is the most elite United States SOF unit? That's tough. That's, to me, that's kind of like asking, what is your favorite tool on your workbench? And for me, it would be like, well, I kind of need to know what job I'm doing. Am I building something out of wood? Am I roofing? Am I doing drywall? Am I working on a gun? I can't really tell you what the best tool I have is, because I kind of need to know what application I need to do, and then I will grab the best tool based on what the mission is, essentially. So, again, it just depends what the application is, or what the job is that you're trying to get done. Looks like our food is here, so I'm going to grab it real quick. I'm going to answer on these final questions, and I think I'm going to call it a night for this live stream. I'll check up on the election. Hey, how are you doing? Thank you. You too, thank you. Okay, just got the Uber. Gonna send it in there. We're going to answer these questions, look at the election, and then probably call it a night. All right, gang. I'm gonna move on the idea we're doing 5 minutes or less, and I gotta go. Let's see, what do you think of a draft versus volunteer military force? Voluntary military force, I think you're gonna get a better level of quality because everyone wants to be there. A draft, you're gonna get numbers, but you're also going to get people who don't even want to be there. And quite frankly, at least standard infantry, looking at a lot of the non-combat soldiers, POGs that we had to deal with. Even in an all-volunteer military, we still had, I don't want to say a lot of garbage, but there was people that should not have been in the military, were not performing at the standard that I felt they should have been. So if we had a draft, I think it would probably go down in terms of quality. So I think it's an interesting idea of like, hey, let's do just like Israel and some other countries do, like a mandatory military service thing. I don't agree with that. But I would be interested in hearing arguments about a mandatory service period in your life. And it doesn't have to be the military. It could be working for the national parks and helping clean up and maintain our trails and national parks or something, working with local homeless shelters, whatever. I would entertain arguments for a national service obligation, that there are many different organizations that don't even have to be government run, that you could be spending time giving back to your state, your community, or your country. Just take a little time out. I think it would provide more ownership, that right now it's feasible to inherit America and all the freedoms and opportunities we have just on a silver platter. You don't have to give a shit about anyone but yourself. You can make your own money and just fuck off and not care. And I think I'd like to see more ownership and appreciation in what we have. That's one way to do it. Would it intellectually be in line with our founding values? I don't know. That's why I'd be willing to hear arguments, but I think it would provide at least more ownership with regular people in our country. It doesn't have to be military service. The military is not for everyone. The people who clearly are not fit for it or don't want to be there, it's better that they aren't in the military if they don't have to be. So ulterior ways of serving, I'm down to see that. But What do you think? The brown tip 5.56. I would like to buy some. So we're talking about the M855 Alpha 1, commonly referred as brown tip, for the oxidation that happens on that tungsten carbide penetrator sitting on that copper projectile that is just fucking screaming. I gotta tell you, without getting in the details, that shit fucks. Green tip is what I did my first deployment with. Brown tip, or the A1, is what we got by the time we went to Iraq. That was a night and day difference of what, in terms of a battlefield load or a combat load cartridge, a service cartridge for the battlefield in 5.56. The M855 Alpha 1 is probably the best you are ever going to do, like without tearing a hole in the universe or trying to defy the laws of physics. That is probably as best as it's ever going to get for battlefield ammo. Not inherently the most accurate stuff. It's not made for accuracy. It is a barrel burner. I mean, shit, that's the velocities we were clocking out of a 14.5-inch barrel. We're moving into the 32 to almost 3,300 feet per second out of a 14.5-inch barrel. If you're not using the right magazines, it'll tear up your feed lips and feed throat and your barrel extension, your upper receiver. It's just, there's certain things you need to do, and you need to understand the guns are going to wear down faster. You're going to probably have some broken bolts, sheared off bolt lugs, gas rings are going out faster, bolt cams are getting tearing up. If you're not using the right magazines, feed ramps and barrel extension, everything is getting torn up. Barrels are getting worn down faster, but it seems like there was kind of a commitment to, we know it's going to run the guns harder and it's going to wear them down faster, because the M4A1 was never designed for this kind of cartridge. We understand the guns are going to wear down faster. We don't care. We want performance. We will replace barrels and parts as needed, even if we have to do it more. We don't care. We want performance. And I was like, well, I guess that's kind of one way of making things happen, but at least from an end user perspective downrange, let's just say I'm a big fan. Big fan. When do you think all of this division in the U.S. will calm down? Why are some people so pessimistic? You don't seem so worried, which I like. We have been through a lot as a nation. Yeah, I guess it's like, I don't know when the division is going to let up. I think the media, especially social media in general, and how people look at things, how polarized we are between right and left. I mean, I've already talked about the numbers and stuff, but the fact that it looks like Joe Biden is going to win, but exactly at 270, I mean, literally right at the middle point. Like, how 50-50 can we get, politically speaking? But I think it just takes some perspective of Americans realizing that we are not each other's enemy by and large. And I think it's a commitment to understand that your neighbor or one of your family members or friends who votes differently than you, where you would never cast a vote for Trump or you would never cast a vote for Biden. And how could they do that? Man, I'm just going to block them. I'm not going to talk to them. I just never want to talk with them about politics or anything. I'm going to ostracize them, avoid them. Even worse, they're the problem with America and everything. That shit needs to stop, because that's not the truth. How we're going to end it, I don't know yet. I think it's going to take some time, and it's going to take a little perspective. And at least the perspective that I have comes from, just absolutely imagine just like if you're homeless and you've been living on the streets for years and you're not healthy, you're losing weight, you don't always have a meal, you're homeless, you're cold or too hot, too cold, wet, and you're living the homeless life for years on end. And then suddenly they're like, hey, it's $50 million. You get to live in a mansion now. So you get shot, you get a haircut, you get new clothes. You're living in this mansion, and you invite in some roommates or family to enjoy this mansion with you, something you've never appreciated or had, or maybe it was there, you just never had it. or saw it in the same way. And you are just so grateful to be living in this awesome, safe, new, awesome house and have everything is so perfect compared to the life you just lived. And then the roommates or family members you have that you invited to live with you, they're complaining, about the color of the carpet. They're complaining that, the arrangement of the patio furniture out back by the pool is, I don't like it. And you're wrong for thinking it needs to be there. It actually needs to be here. And, they're just bickering and fighting every day. And you're just like, dude, can you guys kind of shut up for a second? Just shut the fuck up and realize, okay, we are doing so well right now that we kind of need to set our petty bullshit aside and just really relax and just have gratitude for what we have. That's kind of how I feel about coming back to our country after various deployments and different experiences I've had in life, and seeing how I had to live, how we had to live over there, how other people have to live, and that's their daily reality. There's no escape from it for them. Versus coming back here and just never taking anything for granted, dude. So, what is it going to take for people to see it like that, or see it in a similar way? I don't know. I'm not totally sure on that. But I'm going to have to wrap this up. Last thing I'm going to do, though, let's see how we're looking, if we know what is happening. I'm going to check the various sources here. Let's see. Right now, just after 10 p.m., November 4th, Mountain Standard Time, looking at Biden is being called for 264. Presidency hinges on 4 battlegrounds. Fox News, they're showing Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia probably going to go Trump, and Nevada is looking for Biden. So that would put Biden, if I remember from hours ago, that would put Biden at exactly 270. At least that's how we're looking at the moment. Let's check out CNN. Let's just do a complete see what they have going on. Okay, let's keep going here. Yeah, it's all the same thing. So we still don't have a clear winner. Like I said, when I started this thing almost 5 hours ago, I think Biden is going to win, but it's going to be an exact 270. So I am going to have to go. It's been great, guys. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to try to do this through Wednesday night. It's something I'd like to do. If you guys be available, we can do just kind of a state of the second amount of a recap situation. And thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for being part of the channel. And we will see you later.